Everybody's in? Okay. At this time, I'm going to call the Paris Union High School District Board meeting to order at 3:32 p.m. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Nelson,
Here.
Trustee Campos,
Here.
Trustee Garcia, Trustee Vallejo,
Here.
and myself, Trustee Stafford, here. We have established a quorum. We'll move now to item 3.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on closed session items only. Are there any public comments on closed session items?
No cards this evening.
Okay. So we'll move now to 4.1, which is adjourn to closed session. Do I have a motion to adjourn to closed
So
session?
moved.
Trustee Nelson, Trustee Garcia, please vote. Okay, we are adjourning to closed session at 3:33 p.m. Okay, at this time, we are going to reconvene in public session. Please all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, at 5:02 p.m. There we go. Ready? Begin. Okay.
Hello, I just had a couple things to say. I feel like you can, thank you. I feel like you can never give too much appreciation, and I actually want to appreciate so much how we as a district has become. Teachers, faculty, staff, everyone, students, parents. I know we have such an amazing community, and I can see how much passion we have for one another, how much respect we have, and I can really feel how much you guys really want to change the world to a better place. And you guys are doing flawlessly, tell me. Like I've been to other board meetings or I've been to other cities that I've worked at, and it's nothing compared to us. And we are pretty much the foundation of what people are coming to set an example to. And you guys are doing awesome, so thank you so much.
Okay, at this time, we're going to, let me find my place here. Okay, we're going to recess the meeting to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute. We are recessing the meeting at 5:04 p.m. to conduct the regular board meeting of the California Military Institute. Okay. I'm going to switch over. Okay, at this time, I'm going to call the California Military Institute regular board meeting to order at 5:04 p.m. Did we pass them in? I thought it was 5:03. Okay. So we're going to wait till 5:05. There it is, 5:05 p.m. Okay. I'm going to ask for a roll call to determine a quorum. Trustee Nelson,
Here.
Trustee Campos,
Here.
Trustee Garcia,
Here.
Trustee Vallejo,
Here.
and myself, Trustee Stafford, here. We have established a quorum, and I believe we vote. No vote? That would help. Okay. So are we voting on this one, Anna? Okay. So we move now to 3.1, is the invitation to address the Board of Trustees, closed session items only.
No takers.
No takers. At item 4.1, adjourn to closed session if needed.
So moved.
Closed session is needed. Motion by trustee Nelson, second by trustee Garcia. And you can vote now. We have 5 in favor and none opposed. We are adjourning to closed session. Boy, that clock is moving slow. We're good? Okay, 5:00. Okay, 5.1, the regular board meeting to of the California Military Institute is reconvening at 5:19 p.m. We go to item 6.1, revision and adoption ordering of agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Trustee Garcia and Trustee Campos. Okay. You can vote electronically. We have 5 in favor, none opposed. We move now to 7.1, report out of closed session.
We do have a report out of closed session. By a vote of 5-0, the Charter Board approved the release from employment employee number 214827, a secondary classroom teacher, effective February 15, 2023. There's one other thing I'd like to do, to Mr. Stafford, if it's okay with you. CMI recently chartered their classified union there, CSCA union at California Military Institute. I'd like to introduce their officers that are here tonight with us. Their president is Rosa Galvan. Where's Rosa? Stand up, Rosa.
Congratulations.
Secretary is Rebecca Escobedo. Rebecca, thank you.
Congratulations.
And their treasurer is Cheryl Ziska.
Oh, congratulations.
And that's all I have for out of closed session.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett. At this time, we'll go to 7.2, student representatives to the Board of Trustees.
Sarah's-
Do we have a presentation tonight? Okay. There we go.
I think I'm supposed to introduce CMI, we're Student Representative Cadet Captain Angel Garcia Lemos.
Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Bennett, and members of the cabinet. My name is Cadet Major Angel Garcia, the 9th Brigade Commander, and in this presentation, I'll be discussing all that's been happening here at CMI. IMAs. The California Cadet Corps conducted an individual major awards competition at Camp San Luis Obispo that provides cadets with various challenges over a myriad of cadet-related subjects. We had cadets place in every single category. NCOA. This past weekend, we conducted a non-commissioned officer academy. During this event, cadets learned how to work as a team and also learned many different fundamentals of leadership. Marksmanship. This weekend, we had 2 teams of cadets participate in this year's CACC marksmanship competition. One of our teams that competed received first place. YEP. From January 15th through the 30th, I participated in a youth exchange program hosted by the National Cadet Corps. This cadet program has over 1.3 million cadets and is the largest in the world. This program had over 19 different countries in attendance. I was given the opportunity to not only represent the California Cadet Corps, but also the United States. During this trip, we also had the opportunity to meet many dignitaries like the Indian Prime Minister, President, and Minister of Defense. Some events that are coming up are Officer Candidate School from March 10th through the 12th, Cadet Corps Joke Competition, April 1st, Cadet Corps Summer Encampment, June 15th through the 28th. With that, I conclude my presentation on the California Military Institute. If there are any questions, please refer them to the adult representing CMI. Thank you all so much for listening and have a fantastic rest of your evening.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to item 7.3, CSEA President Rosa Galvin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosa Galvin, and I was elected for the president for our new CSEA Chapter 778. Our labor rep is Lisa Towery. My colleagues are Rebecca Escobedo, she was elected as a secretary, and Cheryl Siska, elected as a treasurer. Our first chapter meeting will be tomorrow. We look forward to working with you all and contributing and collaborating with the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Okay, we'll go now to 7.4, CMITA President Angel Love Barons.
She's not here this evening.
Okay, moving on. 7.5, Principals Update.
All right. Good evening, President Stafford, board members, Superintendent Bennett, and Cabinet. It's a pleasure to see you all tonight. I have a very brief but important informational presentation for you. And as we say at CMI, be brief, brilliant, and be seated. I'll take care of the first and the last, and I'll invite the amazing Diane to do the brilliant part, explaining about the grant and all the different components of that particular grant. So if we can have the presentation come up, I would appreciate that.
Or are we doing this?
I'm sorry?
That's under oral reports.
Oh, okay.
So you just do part 1 and 3 right now.
Okay. All right. Well, as I was saying, we'll be doing the part 1 and 3 right now, and then we'll come back for part 2. Humor is always appreciated. Suffice it to say, things are going quite well, and we're very pleased with the progress so far. The highlight for us at CMI, and particularly me as a principal, was particularly today. We celebrated over 400 students during our honor roll assembly, and for a school of about 1,000 students, that's truly unique. We had to actually bump our GPAs from 3.0 to 3.5 to 3.9 because there were just so many. But what is unique today in particular, one of the things that I'm trying to do is also recognize students who have shown a lot of improvement in terms of just where they were and where they are now. So maybe you're not necessarily a 4.0, but you're showing great progress, and we want to encourage those students, especially post-COVID. Many are dealing with low motivation. And so we had a number of students the teachers selected and actually recognized today, and that was very motivational for them. So something positive, the house was full, the gym was full. There were literally several hundred parents in attendance, which it was great to see them taking photos with their students. So I will leave it at that, and I think I'll see you in a little bit more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go now to item 8.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items.
No takers this evening.
Okay, no takers. So we'll move to 9.1, consent to calendar, approval of the consent calendar items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Vallejo,
Second.
Trustee Nelson. You can vote electronically. Okay, 9.1 passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. I'm trying to adjust to the mic, to speak into it a little differently. We'll go to 10.1, curriculum, arts, music, and instructional materials, discretionary block grant plan. Diane Martin will give a presentation.
Right here.
And brief, okay. I think that was directed at me, I'm sure. Good evening, President Stafford, board members. Welcome back to our new and returning, Mr. Bennett, Superintendent, and Cabinet. So I'm here, we're tag teaming this because this is actually going to be a duplicate presentation on the district side as well. So we're going to start off with, we have more money coming into CMI and the district. And so if you want to just advance to the next slide. I know that we always like to start off with our LCAP goals. And so CMI always, aligns with our vision mission statement for the district as well. So moving on to the next slide. So this is one-time money that CMI and the district is receiving. And so I'm going to probably be more brief on my part of the presentation so that I don't bore you. But we have art, music, instructional materials block grant. This title is a little bit misleading. So if you look at the different opportunities for these funds to be used, they range from our standards line professional development and instructional materials to professional development and instructional materials improving school climate. Then we have also library support and the different multilingual books for the library, operational costs, including retirement, healthcare cost increases, and COVID-related costs. So this was a catch-all for the state. So CMI is in receipt of about $616,000, and so the process that we worked with CMI as well as the district is the leadership team got together to determine the needs of the school based on the 5 different areas. So this is a multi-year, this is one-time money, and it expires in 25-26. I do want to just add that there's a possibility that there'll be a slight reduction on the May revise. That'll be up to Newsome, and that happens every year. I know Candace talks about that as part of her budget presentation as well. So in addition to this one-time money, just to provide you with some background, this particular plan, or this particular pot of money requires a plan. So this first one is an informational meeting, and we'll bring this back to you. If there's any changes, we'll be at the next board meeting. So what I wanted to share as well is that Prop 28 was approved or passed by the voters back in November. This is this is ongoing money, and this is to help support the expansion of arts in all of the districts across the state. And so there is another pot of money that is coming, and we'll be sharing that with you later on. And that specifically is used to 80% of that pot of money is used to hire classified or certificated staff to support the arts and VAPA. The remaining 19% can be used for materials and supplies. So these dollars, because it's a Prop 28, are ongoing. And so we're working with CMI as in determining what the needs of the school are. And I think right now it's really hiring an art teacher to help support the VAPA at CMI. So on the next slide, I will turn this over. So this was a process. So Mr. Milosevic has worked with his leadership, and this is the items that he came up with. So I'm going to let him speak to these items as it helps support his school.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Look, this is fantastic for our school. I'm just going to be really clear and honest with you guys. As you know, we have brilliant students, but 90% of them are identified as low SES. And so what does that mean? That means that you have a lot of potential that isn't tapped into. And so a student would love to, learn more about a particular instrument, et cetera, but it's not always available. Parents cannot afford it. And so this money will directly go to support them. Staff Sergeant Rodriguez, who often plays national anthem at different Paris community events, is one of those students that comes to mind who's using a brand new trumpet that, part of this money will be able to go to at some point. So I'm just saying that it really goes directly to students, and it's really wonderful to be able to do that. There's band equipment up there that would allow many of our students entering CMI to use. They would not be able to do that otherwise. Band uniforms, when they go on different trips and competitions, band storage for these instruments coming up, art supplies. We also want to encourage reading, so there's some high-interest reading materials that will be made available. And then our library is rather small and limited in size, and so modular shelving would go a long way to allow us to put more books in reduced space that we currently have. And of course, we always want to invest in our teachers, and so that's why some funding is available for teachers to take advantage of professional development and conferences. So I'll just leave it at that for right now.
And then the last one is the HVAC replacement. That falls into the COVID category, and I think Hector will be sharing some updates with you on that one. And that's also included in our district presentation as well. So is there any questions? This is an information item, so are there any questions regarding this particular block grant? Yes?
No, and he's probably, Hector will probably take care of it. So on the replacement side, that isn't something that maintenance can take care of, so that we can use that $200,000 for service, direct services that the students would be and staff would be.
I don't know if Hector wants to.
I can actually.
You go, Candace.
So
Okay.
the answer to that is yes. I mean, we could use maintenance funds, but maintenance funds are limited to a certain percentage of our budget. And you may not know this being a newer board member, but Hector's actually going to do an update of where we are. We've been doing a very large-scale HVAC assessment project. A lot of our unit, Hector will give you all these numbers, are old and failing. And so, as Diane said, because this pot of money is sort of a catch-all, we always want to use our more restricted dollars, first, right? One of the things on, I think it was the previous slide, you could use it for health and welfare increases, retirement increases, and that's just a lot of funding lines. This is an easier, spend in this category, and it's something that,
Yeah.
the school is always telling, our kids wear these heavy uniforms, and we need better performing HVAC.
We definitely do, yeah.
So it was something we asked them to consider so that we could go farther in their HVAC project.
So all the money that was given from the state with COVID stuff, that's all been exhausted, or?
No, we're using that as well.
Yes.
Yes.
This helps support that part of that plan.
Small part of it.
A
but-
very small part, yeah.
Okay, I have a question. I just wanted to ask, you have the marching band. Do you have a jazz band also?
No, not yet.
No? Okay,
yet.
you'll get there.
I would love to.
As a fellow musician, that's why
I
I
hear you.
asked.
I was in a band too, so.
I know you.
Are you volunteering to head that up?
No, I was a drummer, and it's too much work now.
Getting the band back, yeah.
Yeah, talk together.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so
And
much.
we'll be back next, well, we won't be presenting, but we'll be putting this on the agenda for March for approval, for your approval.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on now to, where are we at? 11.1, Discipline, January 2023 Monthly Suspension Report. This is a written report. Now we move to 12.1, Personnel, Certificated Personnel Action Items. Do I have a motion to ratify and/or approve the certificated personnel action items? Was that Trustee Campos and Trustee Garcia? Okay. You can vote now. Twelve one point one passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. 12.2 is personnel, classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion to ratify and/or approve the classified personnel action items?
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Nelson, Trustee Vallejo. You can vote. Trustee, 12.2 passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. We go to 12.3, Personnel, Approval of Memorandum of Understanding between the California Military Institute and the California Military Institute Teachers Association regarding the grade level lead stipend. Do I have a motion to approve the Memorandum of Understanding between the
Second.
California Military Institute and the California Institute Teachers Association regarding the grade level lead stipend. And we had the motion was by Trustee Garcia, and second was by Trustee Nellison. And you can vote electronically. 12.3 passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. 12.4 is business. It's the agreement for student transportation services between Hemet Unified School District and the California Military Institute, funded through the Charter General Fund in the amount of $432,876. Do I have a motion to approve the agreement for student transportation services between Hemet and USD and the California Military Institute?
So moved.
Trustee Nellison with the
Second.
motion. Was that Trustee Vallejo? Okay, Trustee Vallejo with the second, and you can vote. .4 passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. We go now to other items by the superintendent. 13.1.
Just a couple things. Last Friday, I had the opportunity to visit CMI, walk some classrooms with Mr. Milosavljevic. And going into the classrooms, it was great seeing the kids so engaged and really working hard. We went into the AVID class, and they were doing tutorials, and the tutors were walking around helping the kids, and it was really cool to see him. Mr. Valdovinos, I couldn't remember his name. He had this. They were doing a Jeopardy game, and it was really cool seeing. They had clickers to jump in and stuff. So, but it was a great experience to walk around there and see what was happening. So, I just want to thank Mr. Milosavljevic.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Bennett. We'll go to 14.1, other items by the Board of Trustees. We'll go to Trustee Nellison.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Next is Trustee Campos.
No, nothing at the moment.
Next, we have Trustee Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank Ms. Galvan, President of CSEA, is that correct? I want to extend an invitation and connect with you. You can get my phone number through various sources, but I do want to connect with you guys and let you know that I'm here to listen as well, and we could work together to improve everything. And then I want to say congratulations to CMI, man. Representing the United States, that's big. That's like, I'm not hearing all the hype. Where's all the hype? You know, that's what I need. But please let everyone know we are very proud of them. And I mean very proud. Thank you for everything you guys do.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Garcia. Trustee Vallejo.
Yeah, I also want to echo what Trustee Garcia said. Congratulations, Rosa, Rebecca, Cheryl. You guys have such an amazing role. And yes, please contact any of us. We're so excited. And you guys have so much power. Please use it because we're here for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Myself, I'd just like to say, yes, really echo what was previously said. Those are some major accomplishments. And that GPA going up like that is really amazing. So you perform every year and just amaze us every year with the things you do. So thank you so much for your service. Okay. So we'll go now to 15.1. We're adjournment of the regular meeting of the California Military Institute for February 15th, 2023. Do I have a motion to adjourn the regular meeting of the California Military Institute?
So moved.
Trustee Nellison, Trustee Garcia, and we can take a vote. (15.1) passes 5 in favor, none opposed. Okay, we are going to switch over now. Okay, let's adjourn. The meeting is adjourned at 5:42 p.m. So we'll wait a minute and switch over to the regular board meeting. ready? Hector. Okay. The regular board meeting of the Paris Union High School District is reconvening at 5:44 p.m. We'll go to item 8.1, revision, adoption, ordering of agenda, February 15, 2023. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
We have to, we're pulling that one item 11.23 from the consent calendar. I should have waited till you got the motion in the second. Yeah. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
I'll make the motion, though.
So we have a motion.
Motion and a second.
Now I'm asking to pull item
Now we can
11.23 from the consent calendar.
Okay, pulling 11.23 from the consent calendar. So let's see. We'll go back to, we had the motion and the second to approve the agenda? And Trustee Garcia was the second, so now we can vote. I don't have it. There it is. Okay. Okay, 8.1 passes 5 in favor, none opposed. We'll go down to oral reports. 9.1, report out of closed session.
No report out of closed session this evening, Mr. Stafford.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett. We go to 9.2, district update by the superintendent.
We do have a few things I want to talk about tonight. First, I'd like to introduce Mike Barney from Riverside County Office of Education. He's here to make a special presentation for one of our teachers. So, Mr. Barney.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett, and Board President Stafford, board members. I'm here on behalf of Riverside County Office of Education. I'm one of the executive directors over there. I'm here really on behalf of California League of Educators. Every year, we give a Educator of the Year award. This year, we gave we gave awards to 9 exemplary teachers in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, Inyo County, and Mono County. And one of those exemplary teachers, those excellent teachers, is actually here at Paris Union High School District. And so I'd like to honor and bring up Sarah Welter. I almost.
Huerta.
I want to say Congratulations, congratulations. And I would also like to invite her principal, Ms. Chavez, to say a few words.
Good evening. As most of you know, HHS was built upon the principles of legacy, leadership excellence, generosity, character, and opportunity. Sarah not only embodies legacy, she lives legacy daily. She promotes legacy daily and is one of the key contributors in ensuring that legacy has a lasting impact on the entire HHS community. Currently, Sarah, along with our HHS Avid Site team, are leading our school as we revalidate our national demo status, and that is no easy feat. So Sarah has been working tirelessly on that endeavor. Sarah, we are so proud of you. Thank you for your contributions to the HHS community. Okay.
Congratulations.
And on top of that, she's a Paris High grad, valedictorian.
Very good.
Then we have every month we've been doing rave awards, and we have a whole bunch tonight. Mr. Skorpanich is gonna call those recipients up to the microphone.
Thank you. So, we can give a rave. Come on up.
So tonight's invocation from Vice President Vajeo was perfect, because he said, you can never give enough appreciation. That's what the Raven Board is recognizing the amazing employees that we have in the Paris Union High School District. And tonight we get a whole bunch of them for a unique reason. And so I'd like to begin by just recognizing a handful of employees first from Paris High School that are receiving Rave Awards. So Xochitl Almendarez is one of them. Xochitl, there you are. Why don't you come on up? I'm going to bring our Paris people up here together. So next is Cynthia Avila Medina. So Cynthia there. And then Jackie Cooper is also receiving an award, but I don't believe she's with us this evening. We can give her a round of applause, though. That's awesome. And then Melanie Yates. So each of these individuals is receiving the award for a different reason, but if I can just summarize it, in each case, it's just for being amazing, and just amazingly awesome, and for going above and beyond. So we're going to begin with Xochitl. In her case, and this is written from Mr. Santos in the back, right there, out of there, standing up. So here's the nice things that Mr. Santos has to say regarding Xochitl. He says that Mrs. Almendarez is an all-star and a huge asset to Paris High School. She wears many hats and is extremely well in her involvement with the different programs that she's involved in. She's department chair of the ELA department. She's secretary of our school site council. She's co-coordinator in the AVID program, and she also teaches dual enrollment classes through Mount Sen Jacinto College. That's pretty amazing just right there. In her spare time, if you can imagine there being any spare time, that she's also involved in Panther Camp and takes on lessons plannings and training for Panther Camp activities in order to ensure that our students are well prepared for the first day of school. She's passionate, she's dedicated, and most importantly, she's devoted to the success of our students. So congratulations. It's an honor to rave about you. Next, we'd like to recognize with the Rave Award, Cynthia Avila Medina. And Mrs. Medina has been a consistent member of the Paris High School community for beyond 20-plus years. She graduated from Paris High School, and both her sister and her mother worked at the Paris Union High School District, but specifically at Paris High School. She's a fountain of knowledge and has a great pulse of the community. Many employees seek her when they need any type of help or support because they know that she'll do exactly what they need her to do in terms of supporting them. Whether it's contract language or spiritual support or just someone to talk to, they know that they have someone in Cynthia that will listen and support them at Paris High School. I think it demonstrates just the heart of the Panthers at Paris High School. Congratulations, Cynthia. And then next, Jackie Cooper, and she couldn't be with us this evening, but I'll share with you the nice things that Mr. Santos shared about her. Ms. Cooper has been an amazing educator and an influence at Paris High School. She's currently our WASC coordinator, and that he's been impressed with her knowledge and commitment to the high school. She's a teacher of science and social science departments. She teaches dual enrollment classes in collaboration with MSJC and also teaches AP classes. In her spare time, she's on the baseball field supporting both her sons who play baseball at Paris High School. She's devoted to all of the students, and she's served as the GATE coordinator. She's a leader in providing support and experiential opportunities for GATE students, and it's a pleasure to work with Ms. Cooper. So congratulations to her, and we'll make sure she receives that as well. And all of these people that were recognized tonight, and finally I'm going to come to Melanie Yates, all of them just personify what amazing staff we have at all of our schools, but particularly Paris High School. So I'd like to follow up and finish with Mrs. Yates, Melanie Yates. Mrs. Yates is a very dedicated teacher who wants to see not just her students succeed, but also all students at Paris High School. As a credit recovery lead, she's trained many teachers on the Plato Credit Recovery Program to ensure that our students who need to make up classes do so in an efficient and a quick manner. She's also an AP teacher. She comes in on Saturdays and works with our AP students to ensure that they are ready for their AP exams that are coming up in May. She's also been part of a great stable of teachers who've taught AVID at Paris High School. For the last 2 years, she's also taken on the reins of the coordinator of the AVID program. I don't know if you saw what Mr. Santos did there with a stable of teachers and taking on the reins. We've got that going on. Mrs. Yates is also involved in Panther Camp and has allowed students to start school on the right foot by developing interactive lessons and also training teachers on delivering those lessons during the Panther Camp days. And it's a pleasure to work with such an amazing teacher as Mrs. Yates. Congratulations. Actually, can we have them, would you mind coming down? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. And then I think for this evening, would it be okay if, board, if we just had our rave people come right in front of you there? Okay. Can you guys go right in front of the dais and we'll get you a picture of, Joe, would you mind doing that? No.
I'm already up. Don't ask me, I don't necessarily take the best pictures. I'm joking. Tell, ask Candace that question. All right, everybody, second on.
All right, congratulations. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, next I'd like to invite up Mr. Al Winters from Heritage High School. Al, come on up. Come in. So this one is like a super cool award, and I just want to tell you, like, we have another group of them that we're going to do, and they're really special and for different reasons. And each time we do it for different reasons. But Al, when I saw this one, man, I just had to say, you know, it just speaks volumes to the character that you have in you, and just what an awesome guy you are, and how great you represent both Heritage High School and the Paris Union High School District. So here's the deal. So during a lower level basketball game at Heritage, there was a jump ball called by the referee. In high school basketball, they don't do jump balls. Instead, they do alternating possession arrows between the two teams, right? In the case, the referee awarded the ball to Heritage by mistake. Now, if it were me, I'd be like, great, let's go. But I don't think I have the same level of integrity or character that Mr. Winters has, because he took it upon himself, knowing that the referee made the mistake. Coach Winters could have taken advantage of the situation like me, but instead, he pointed out the mistake to the referees. And in doing so, the ball was awarded to the opposing team. The class and sportsmanship of Coach Winters shined through. He set a great example for his team and what we aspire to have of all of our coaches. So congratulations. That was awesome.
Thank you.
And we still won. And we still won. So that's you. I'm going to have you come in here, and we're going to get a picture of you as well.
I think Grant was up there.
You going to do that one? You got it? Can you send it to me when you're done? Text it to me. Okay, cool. All right, thank you. You give him another round of applause. Good job. Thanks. All right, so this next award is really cool, and I think it's very special. And I'm going to actually ask Dr. Tomasian if you'd come up and help me with this, because we have a whole slew of people from Palamo Valley High School that we'd like to bring up. So I'm gonna give you these, and then many of them are here, and I know a few of them couldn't be here. But as I call your name, if you guys could all just kind of come up here, and I'm just going to ask you when you come up if you could come right here in front of the dais, that would be great. So we're going to do, all of these individuals are receiving RAVE awards because of their awesomeness, and I'll explain why in a second. So we're going to start with Brenda Bernabe. She couldn't be here this evening. Cindy Harris. Right. Erica Marquez. Judith Oseguera. Astrid Jimenez. Not here. Sylvia Sandoval. Veronica Skiles. April Ochoa. Annette Blount. I just want you to know we did let them all know to be here tonight. Sylvia Moran. Yay. Esmeralda Alvarez. Nina Paz. Cameron Lindroth. Katie Chapman. Monica Orozco. Kathleen Reed. Alma Perez. Brian Payne. Melinda McCullough. Mallory Andredge. Chelsea Long. Margaret Spalding. Joshua Myers. Ricardo Monares. Doug Eller. Lily Rollins. They're coming. Oh, we'll get it to her. Luis Robles. Saw Luis here. Vincent Marmolejo. Ashley Peralta. Christy Schrock. Jason Hart. Octavio Garcia. Ismael Martinez. And Jennifer West. We had that one at least. So if you didn't all know, we had an incident that took place on Thursday, February 2nd at Paloma Valley High School that created what could have been at any other school without the amazing, awesome people we have here. It could have been chaotic and nuts and over the top. And yet each and every person whose name I called is receiving a RAVE award, and it says, for going above and beyond to help ensure the safety of students and staff, maintaining a calm demeanor, providing outstanding service to our school community, and demonstrating overall awesomeness. Yes. During a stressful and intense situation at Paloma Valley High School on Thursday, February 2nd, 2023. So each and every person, they just stepped up and they helped out with Dr. Tomasian. And I know that in the case of Monica, our school secretary, was kind of directing people what to do. And so people were out sweeping the campus, making sure that it was safe. People were helping parents that had concerns about certain situations. People were stepping up. Nina was helping me out as we were calling in, as we were excusing people and checking them off the list and all kinds of different things. And each and every person didn't have to do this. They could have gone back and did their own job, and they didn't. And they demonstrated what amazing employees we have at Paloma Valley High School. And I'm very, very proud and honored to work with each and every one of you guys. So congratulations. Thank you. So if we could get you tight together and we'll get the board in, we'll get a picture. And you'll just take those with you, honey. No way, he's got to get in here. His vans are going to be in the picture. We'll get that. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Those were all the RAVE awards. A couple more things I wanted to share. The city of Paris held a job shadowing day last week, I believe it was, and we had students from our schools involved with that, shadowing people, different business people in the district. So we're very excited to have that collaboration with our city. Is on. I'll get closer to the mic. I was talking about the city of Paris hosting a job shadowing day last week, and we had our students involved out with different business people within the community, getting a chance to see what it's really like when people are running a business or doing city work and those types of things. So we really appreciate the collaboration with our city. On March 11th, we're hosting a job fair within the district down at Liberty High School. So we're going to be looking for teachers and classified members for key positions as we move forward. But kind of cool thing, Kirk's put this together. He invited the elementary districts that feed into us because we don't need elementary teachers, but if they show up there, there's somewhere for them to go and find out. So I'm proud of that and thank Kirk and his team for putting that together. And one last thing, we have a unified sports teams from both Paloma Valley High School and Paris High School. I'm going to ask Dr. Tomasian to come up and lead in. I think we have a little video to show on this. I think.
All right.
I put her on the spot.
Good evening, President Stafford, members of the board, Superintendent Bennett, cabinet. We're going to play this video about unified sports and what is unified sports. And then after the video, I'm going to kind of invite you somewhere.
Hey Paris, my name is Priscilla and today I'm here with
Coach Stellick at Paris High School.
What is it like to be a unified sports coach?
It's interesting and challenging in the same aspect. Interesting because it's the first year that they took regular education students and blended them with students that have challenges. It was better known as adaptive PE or modified PE, but now they're calling it unified PE. And I love the challenge. I love that it's interesting. Those kids are full of energy. They're doing very well, and we have qualified for a Special Olympics school, which is great. We've already competed against Paloma in volleyball, and we have another sporting event coming up in March against the other schools within our district, and I believe it's basketball, and I believe we're hosting it here at Paris High School.
Thank you. I've been hearing some great things about the Unified Sports Program here at Paris High, and I would like to find out more about it today. What is Unified Sports?
Unified Sports teams our Special Olympic athletes here at Paris High School with their general education peer partners for training and competition.
Today I'm here with
Brianna.
What is the best thing about being a unified sports athlete?
Playing basketball, more friends, and fun.
Today I'm here with
My name's Jaden.
What is the best thing about being a unified sports athlete?
Basketball.
What is your name?
I'm Emily.
What was it like playing on the first unified sports volleyball team here at Paris High against Paloma Valley?
It was a really great experience playing with them, being on the same team, going and see other schools, but yeah.
Today I'm here with
Gerardo.
What is the next unified sports team here at Paris High?
Basketball.
What is the best thing about being a unified sports cheerleader?
I love cheerleading.
My name is Jaden, and here we are with some unified athletes from Paloma Valley High School. What's your name?
Luke.
What's your favorite thing from the unified volleyball game?
I think just seeing all the kids get the opportunity they haven't had before.
What's your name?
Me is Benny.
Benny? What's your favorite thing about being a unified athlete? Seeing all the kids running around?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Bethany.
Bethany? What's your favorite thing about being a unified athlete?
Being a cheerleader.
Being a cheerleader. What's your name?
My name, Marwa.
Honora?
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing about being a unified athlete?
To be a cheer and hanging out with my friends.
Being a cheerleader and hanging out with friends. What's your name?
My name's Cooper.
What was your favorite thing from the unified volleyball game?
I think just seeing like all the people come out and like support us and cheer us on, it was just really fun and inspirational to see.
And there we have it. Some examples from the unified Wildcats.
Hey Paris, please mark your calendars and plan to come out and support the team here at Paris High School for the greatly anticipated rematch of the unified sports team against Paloma Valley on March 17th.
Pause on that. Inclusion of our students with special needs is near and dear to my heart. I grew up having a special needs aunt who competed in Special Olympics, which was very cool to watch her compete and pursue her passion. But it was a separate event. And so I know Mr. Santos shares my passion for inclusion of special needs students and being able to bring them together on the same team with their general education peers is so powerful for the kids on the team, both our special needs students and our general education students, but also for the rest of our school communities that see this event.
So we had an opportunity, just a quick little story, in the beginning of the year when we started this program, we had a lot of our special needs students, but I had one of our PE teachers come to me at probably the midway through first semester and said, hey, you know what, that little kid, that Johnny kid who had PE 9 and didn't dress out and didn't participate, somehow he made it into the unified PE class, and he's helping out the kids, and now he's getting an A in the class. And so there was something about that integration of our general education students with the special needs students that is magical. And it's something that's really amazing to kind of watch, and being able to hear our teachers just kind of, have a different perspective of some of the kids who were giving them a hard time the year before was a really nice experience. And so this is going to be another event that if you're able to come and watch, it kind of warms your heart, and kind of you see the kids at their best. So, which is the reason why we do what we do.
Yeah, and this is, we started partnering on this last, almost a year ago. And so to be able to have it come to fruition in now multiple events across our district is so amazing. And so thank you for the support that's allowed us to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Juan. This is why we come to work. This is why you guys are on the board up here, to see this kind of stuff happening at our schools. It just makes you proud to be here. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Bennett. Very moving presentation, and I will definitely try to be there. We're going to move now to item 9.3, student representatives to the Board of Trustees. So our first introduction is Trustee Nelson will introduce Heritage High School student representative.
Yes, from Heritage High School, student representative is Isabella Martin.
Good evening, members of the board, Mr. Bennett, and members of the cabinet. My name is Isabella Martin, and we are excited to show you what has been occurring here at Heritage. Our spring sports season began last Friday, and we kicked it off with our traditional Legacy March. With the spring season being our largest, the halls were super loud as everyone was cheering on our sports. This is also the first ever season for boys and girls lacrosse. We also had our Legacy ceremony recognizing all levels of each team, which ended with a carnival for friends and family. Last Saturday was our winter formal, and it was an amazing turnout. Our theme was a night in Paris, and we had multiple photo booths, a snack and dessert bar, an outdoor movie, and the dance floor. It was a cold night, but this time around we had quite a bit of indoor space to keep the students warm. The biggest hit was our 360 photo booth. Next up is prom, which will take place April 29th at the Fox Theater in Pomona. A couple of weeks ago, Heritage hosted Footsteps to Freedom. This event strives to build historical empathy amongst students by learning firsthand about the incredible courage of the people who sought freedom or helped others achieve it along one of the central routes of the Underground Railroad, Kentucky to Canada. A massive shout out to Ms. Johnson for organizing this event. Heritage High School's mock trial team ended its competition season on Saturday with the win over Palm Desert. Special congratulations goes to Elizabeth Ayers, who portrayed the defendant Jordan Franks this year. Liz won the Blue Ribbon Award silver medal, placing second in Riverside County for her portrayal of the defendant. Congrats, Liz. We would like to take this moment and recognize Genesis Morales for being awarded Student of the Month for January. She is president of Media Arts, the face of our Patriot Press News, and has been creating highlight segments of students' achievements for the past 2 years. Thank you very much for everything you have done for Heritage. Here are a few of our upcoming events. FAFSA Fiesta, March 8th, Dance Showcase, March 9th and March 10th, FFA State Conference, March 16th, Spring Concert, March 17th, and Spring Pep Rally, as well as Patriot Olympics, March 24th. This concludes our presentation. Thank you so much for the continued support of what we do at Heritage, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have Trustee Campos will introduce Liberty High School student representatives.
I would like to introduce from Liberty High School, Cindy Doherty and Cecilia Vermontes.
Bennett and Cabinet. My name is Cindy Doherty. I'm Liberty High School's ASB president.
And I'm Cecilia Miramontes. I'm the ASB vice president. And here are some past and upcoming events throughout Liberty High School.
This week we have our Valentine's Spirit Week, which is February 14th through the 17th. Monday we have no school. Tuesday is Wear Pink or Red. Wednesday is Show Your Love for Comfort by wearing pajamas. Thursday is Sidekick Day, which is Bring a Stuffed Animal to School. Friday is Dress as Your Status, blue being taken, white being single, and black being complicated.
On February 3rd, we had our Winter Prep Rally. Our Winter Prep Rally was to shine spotlight and appreciation on our varsity winter athletes and to inform students about the junior formal dance and to have student and teacher games.
Next, we have our CIF wrestling and boys basketball. Our boys basketball team has won Mountain Pass League, finishing first, and is on their second round of CIF. Our wrestling team has won Mountain Pass League, and on Friday, they went to CIF finals.
We have an update on our pathway competition here at Liberty. The medical pathway is in first place, the business pathway is in second place, and the public service pathway is in third place, and engineering is in fourth place.
Now for our upcoming events, on March 10th, we have our Spring Bison Stampede. On March 23rd, we have our Student Senate meeting. On March 31st, we have our Spring Pep Rally. And on April 1st, we have our Starry Night Dance, which is our junior formal.
Thank you, and as always, go Bison!
Okay, thank you, Liberty High School. I will introduce Paloma Valley High School student representatives Megan McConaughey and Cassandra Madrigal.
Hello, Paris Union School Board and Superintendent Mr. Bennett. I'm Megan Makatangay, this year's ASB Treasurer.
And I'm Cassie Madrigal, one of 2 of this year's ASB Secretaries.
With the winter season coming to an end, spring sports have started up. This includes baseball, softball, boys and girls track, boys and girls lacrosse, boys golf, boys tennis, boys and girls swim, boys volleyball, and stunt cheer. Good luck, Wildcats! Our digital film class now has 3 shows on the Paloma Valley YouTube channel, including ASB Now, which keeps the school updated on what ASB is doing for our student body, as well as the Paloma Press News Show and Our School taking you inside classes around campus.
Our NJ arts team made it to the state championship. Though by the time you see this, they would have already competed, we wish them the best of luck. Good luck, Battle Cats!
Recently, our Key Club hosted the annual Proving Grounds with over 26 performances. First place was soloist Illa Sultan, second place was soloist Ashlyn Williams, third place was band Crickets on Pluto, fourth place was dance team Ikahi Ikaina, and finally, viewer's choice was our very own dance team, The Exclusives.
As you can see, we are not in our original maroon. That's because today is our Neon Rally. It took place at 3:45 in the gym with students free of charge, and guests only $5. Both students and guests had a blast, and we can't wait for our next upcoming rally.
On February 9th and 10th, our dance company had their winter dance concert. Our dancers did amazing, and they had an absolute blast.
Here we go again, Prom 2023. Prom theme this year will be a night in Greece and take place in Temecula at Matt Palomar from 6 to 10 p.m. on April 22nd.
Some of our upcoming events include the Spring Club Rush, NJROTC AMI, VIP Prom, as well as the 8th grade presentations at the middle schools. That's all we have for this month. We'll see you next time.
Bye!
Okay, thank you, Paloma Valley High School. Next, we have Trustee Garcia will introduce Paris High School student representatives.
I'd like to introduce Paris High School student representatives Nicole De La Torre Hernandez and Daisy Sanchez.
Good evening, President Allison and Board.
And good evening, Superintendent Bennett and Cabinet.
I'm Nicole.
And I'm Daisy.
And these are your announcements for the month of February.
January, February.
A mix of both.
On January 10th, the photo had its first peer nominations for creative photographs. And unfortunately, we don't have the last names, but we do know that Jaylene took first place, Benjamin took second, and Christopher took third. So congratulations to them.
Yeah. So on January 21st, we had our All-Star football game, which recognized our very own Ruben Martinez. We have pictures for all of these things we're going to mention, but it's the sports section, so we'll put them at the end.
Yes. So then on the following Monday, on January 23rd, we had a Top Gun wrestling tournament, which in fact we had 9 placing winners within the top 10 categories. So we will show you those pictures as well at the end.
And then we had our senior night for girls soccer and basketball on the 30th of January.
And on the next day, I believe, if that's how the calendar works, on February 1st, we had boys basketball and boys soccer senior nights here at school. So those were pretty eventful, actually. Those games were pretty dramatic. Which leads us to our qualifiers. So for CIF, the sports that qualified were boys basketball and wrestling.
We had our round 2 game, I think, here on campus Friday. We did unfortunately lose, but for boys basketball. Yeah, for boys basketball, but it was very close and it was a very intense and fun game. And we have pictures for you guys to see. On January 25th, we had our second blood drive of the year. As director, I do feel like I can say that it was pretty successful. That week was quite hectic, and we still had like a good number of kids turn out, like, you know, donate blood.
On February 4th, we held Saturday school here at Paris High. But it was kind of like a field trip for Pinacati students who brought their parents and came and visited us. And we gave them tours around the campus. We showed them the new buildings within the safety construction zones. We also got to address a lot of the concerns about, you know, what it's like to be a high school student. Obviously, we have a lot of experience with that. And that led into a very busy week. So on the 7th,
we had 2 things actually. So during the day we had Pinacati here again, and we had their 8th grade AVID students shadow some of the seniors who were also AVID, so they could get a glimpse of what their future could look like if they played their cards right. I was shadowed. It was really fun. Culinary made us a lunch, and it was chicken tenders and french fries, and the french fries were delicious. And then after school, we had Link Crew's movie night, which was
How to Lose a Guy in 21 Days.
Yeah.
One of my favorite rom-coms, actually.
Yeah, and then on the 8th, we had...
Yes, so the very next day, it was a field trip for us over to Pinacati now. And we held a club rush in their big gym. And it was very fun. We were in charge of the DJ stand, so we were... Wow, I'm never doing that again. So we introduced them, especially promoting ASB, we introduced them to a bunch of clubs that came with us. It was Floral, Juro TC, Culinary was there. We had FFA, it was some roosters. Really felt like being vocal that day. It was fun.
And then on the 10th, we had some Aspire students get recognized. So you have to have a certain GPA. I happened to get platinum. I was very proud of myself. And yeah, that's what we had for that very, very busy week. So we have a change in location because we happened to forget something very important. We had our student of the month for the month of February. He is our very own ASB student. He's a senior, and it was Germán de Lara. We have some pictures for you guys. Yeah.
So because it is February and in honor of Black History Month, we set up a walkway, a kind of a memorial walkway in the cafeteria with our very own ASB student posters with the help of BSU. So we have some pictures. So this is what we have for you guys for this video. We are done now. I know it was quite a lengthy video, lots to cover this time. But we're social.
Be social.
Follow us on our social medias. And
we'll see you guys next time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Paris High School. Trustee Vallejo will introduce Pinacati Middle School student representatives.
Please welcome Pinacati Middle School student representatives Victor Casadena and Destiny Gribchek.
Hi, my name is Destiny, and I'm your ASB Vice President. And some upcoming events we have is the Valentine's Day dance on February 14th during both lunches. We have the Black History Art Walk with Miss Herring, and Taste of Soul Community Taste of Soul on February 16th.
Good evening, Mr. Bennett and the captain. My name is Victor Quesinilla, ASB president of Panacati Middle School, and today we are just giving around a little tour of what we have been doing to set up for Valentine's Day and Black History Month. So here on the wall, you have some of the hearts that we've been putting up. Right here, we have one of the many posters for Black History Month, and right here, we also have the schedule. It's kind of upside down, but we have this, not the schedule, but more of the Spirit Week for this weekend, next week to come. Here we have more of the hearts, obviously another different type of poster for Black History Month. Another one right here, and there's more in the library.
Hi, it's Destiny again, and some events we've had this month is our Teacher of the Month, which was Mr. Gomez, one of our 8th grade math teachers. And this week is Spirit Week. Today is Jersey Day, and along with this week, it's also National Counselor Week.
Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby.
Okay, thank you, Pinacati Middle School. Myself, Trustee Stafford, will introduce Paris Lake High School Student Representative Ahmad Washington.
Hello, my name is Ahmad Washington. I'm a student here at Paris Lake High School, and I'm an ASB representative. Come take a tour with us into our Wellness Center. Welcome to our Wellness Center. All students are welcome.
Parents, please join us February 8th for Chase Bank Financial Literacy Workshop.
Oh yeah, field trip day. Got about 35 students today. We're at San Joaquin Valley College.
Wednesday, February 15th from 9:30 to 12 for our Human Trafficking Awareness Workshop.
Acompáñenos miércoles 15 de febrero de las 9:30 a las 12 a nuestra organización del tráfico humano.
Kindness is free.
1, 2, 3. Here at Paris Lake, you are loved.
Thank you, Paris Lake. So we'll move on from the student representatives to item 9.4, which is PSEA President Jason Miller.
Thank you. If you'll bear with me for just a second, I want to
double think and congratulate these employees that were here by name. Brenda Bernabe, Cindy Harris, Erica Marquez, Judith Oseguera, Astrid Jimenez, Sylvia Sandoval, Veronica Skiles, April Ochoa, Annette Blount, Sylvia Maron, Esmeralda Alvarez, Nina Paz, Cameron Lindroth, Katie Chapman, Monica Roscoe, Kathleen Reed, Alma Perez, Ricardo Monteraz, Doug Eller, Lily Rollins, Luis Robles, Vincent Marmolejo, Ashley Peralta, Christy Schrock, Jason Hart, great name, Octavio Garcia, Ismael Martinez, Jennifer West, the campus supervisor, Brian Payne, Mallory Andrag, Chelsea Long, Margaret Spalding, Josh Myers, Melinda McCulloch, Sarah Huerta, Soshi Almandarez, Cynthia Avila Medina, Jackie Cooper, and Al Winters, and last but not least, Melanie Yates. That last one. Melanie was up here and Kirk said that she does a lot. There were two things that were not on that list. She is part of our PSA executive board. She is our PSA secretary, and she's also on our PSEA negotiations team. I'm the head of PSEA, she's the neck, and she keeps that head on straight, trust me. How many of you believe in miracles? I do. But miracles are not just about making the blind see or healing the sick, although I wish I was there to see that. In 2023 America, miracles can come in the form of that single mother that goes back to school for her family, the addict that kicks the habit and straightens out his life, or the young adult that finally gets a decent job just to manage everyday bills. Just paying bills can be a miracle for any of us these days. In 2023 America, miracles can come and be as simple as finding stability, peace, and prosperity in an unstable, chaotic world. Every February, I reflect on the African American experience and how their contributions have positively impacted us all. Excuse me. Yeah. This February, I found that contribution of African Americans and what I believe to be miracles, and miracles in education no less. I recently was able to visit a high school that placed great value on the African American experience. They had an incredible African American principal who was everywhere all the time, all at once. I think she even had an IV of caffeine hooked up somewhere. They had African American students that were in classrooms learning, and one great miracle, one African American student that was accepted to a bunch of high-level universities, including a full ride to Brown University. I will send you the article. Why is this a miracle? Because for any of us, finding normalcy in a hard world is not as easy as it used to be. Compounding that, it is no secret that the African American community has struggled for a very long time, and so it is more difficult for this group to find normalcy in such a hard world. The school that I went to produced these miracles in a couple of impactful ways. One, they made their school a family. And two, when they really saw that their African American group was struggling, they found a way to help them in the form of a heritage program that specifically works to help African American students achieve. So, PSEA honors the miracle of the African American experience by saying, we see you when you endure and thrive in a difficult struggle. We see that you need help, and that help can pay off dividends by the little things that can spring into miracles. PSEA honors the African American experience by being grateful that their miracles through hard struggles inspires all of us to be better educators and better people. Thank you for this time to speak.
Thank you, President Jason Miller. We'll go to 9.5, CSEA President Nathaniel Nash.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, Mr. Bennett and Cabinet. I just want to say thank you for having me up here for this time. I don't have a whole lot to say except for I want to congratulate all the people who won Aspire Awards tonight. It's great to see many of our members and classified employees getting those awards. I just want to say I'm grateful for the work that we're still doing with the district and continue to do. And thank you for your guys' hospitality last month for my first speech up here. As well, I want to say CSEA is always looking out for their people. So it's a little plug, but CSEA has a program called Have a Heart Month. So every February is Have a Heart Month. And we take that donation from anybody through the CSEA website under assistance program. And that little donation, even if $1, mostly it's funded by our CSEA members, but it's there to help our members who go through devastating times, like the people who are hit with the floods recently, all the floods, fires, wind problems, anybody that has any, not even that, but our members who go through domestic abuse, we help them out with funds to get them anything, but they have to be a member. But anybody can donate, and it's just a great program. I donate every month $5 because you never know when I would need it back down the road or whoever needs it more than I. So that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathaniel Nash. We'll move now to 9.6, comments by the Board of Trustees. Trustee Nellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to say congratulations to all the people who are up here with Rave Awards. Well earned, especially with the incident that happened on Paloma Valley was now 2 weeks ago. But I'm just glad to see that our members stepped up and went above and beyond when something like that happened on our campus. So it's good to see, and I would just want to congratulate them.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Campos.
And I kind of second on the thanks to the staff. And actually, to both staff, the classified and certificated, because I like to say that those of us who are in the classroom, we're the eyes within the walls, and that classified is the eyes outside of the walls. And that's really important because there's a lot of things that go on, and you can never take anything for granted. And we're just grateful for all that you guys do in the classroom and outside of the classroom. I had a couple things that I thought was really impressive. One of the things that I think is one of the most honorable things you can do is to go back to your community and become a staff member. So like for those of you guys who were PHS grads, I think it was Sarah Huerta and Cynthia Avila Medina, that's awesome, because to go back and to be able to contribute to your community is that's next level stuff. Sometimes some of us don't go back to our community for different reasons, but when you give back like that, that to me is like, it's very special. So thank you for doing that. A couple things that I also thought were a little different that I think are super cool. Mr. Gomez, the ELAC Awards at Pinacati, that is extremely important because they're awarding parents who are getting involved in their kids' education, who are a part of the process. And ELAC, you're lucky to get people to go to ELAC meetings. And so if you can build a good ELAC program, it only benefits the students and the staff and the parents as well because they're advocating there for their kids. It's very awesome. And the other thing was Paris Lake's financial literacy. I thought that was awesome that they were able to take that and, again, offer that to parents because so many times we take advantage of the simplicity of financial literacy, but the importance of it. A lot of times we get caught up in, algebra and geometry and all this other stuff. You know what? Financial literacy is basic and it's extremely important. So great job with that and for introducing them to the San Jacinto Valley College, or is that what it was? San Joaquin, sorry. But you know what, and hopefully that can be expanded, and then, if they can get a spark out of that, hopefully, we'll have we'll fund a trip to university, because I know taking a trip to a nice university, just so it opens up the eyes of the students to say, hey, you know what, with hard work, if I can get here, and most people don't realize that a lot of people go to 2-year colleges. So it's very important. It's a very economical route, and then that opens your eyes to bigger things. So thank you all.
Thank you, Trustee Campos. Trustee Garcia.
First of all, I want to say thank you for you guys being here. It's a blessing when you guys come out and tell us what's going on, so we can brag, of course. It's just what we like to do. But I need to thank you for what you do. I want to say congratulations to each and every one of the rave recipients. Excuse me. Paloma High, that's amazing. I haven't seen that amount of acknowledgement in a long time in any district. So Dr. Tomasian, that's how you lead, by acknowledgement. And when you acknowledge people, it builds morale. And when you build morale, these kids benefit so much. So excellent job. Teach the rest of the principals, please. I want to thank everybody, especially the campus supervisors, for the incident we had the other week. I heard about what happened at Santa Rosa. It's a shame that happened. You know, we just have to be more vigilant on how we report things. But what I want to say to the campus supervisors is, we're in a thankless position because I do similar work. But thank you, because you guys protected everybody. I heard about the trespassers, I heard about the escapees, but that's normal, right? So that tells me, you know, we got some work to do. When I heard about the trespassers, it got my attention. I was like, why would they want to come onto a campus? But then the parent in me kicked in and said, duh, I want my kids. Then I thought about it. How high is our fence? Why is it that accessible? So food for thought. We could have those conversations later. You know, maybe we should consider raising the fence, the height. That way we keep the bad people out. It was also National Counselors Week. Thank you all. Like, I have side conversations with a few counselors, and I thank them because they don't realize, even when you talk to us, we could be going through something and everybody's not aware, and they don't realize what they're saying impacts us and makes us feel better about what we do and how to live life as a whole. Just thank you. God, you guys are amazing. Mr. Nash, I need to apologize to you, sir. You reached out to me because I asked, but I didn't respond, so shame on me, but we definitely need to connect, and if you don't have my number, let's find a way to make this happen, okay? And thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Garcia. We'll go now to Trustee Vallejo.
Hello. I just want to say pretty much thank you guys all again, because if it wasn't for you guys, we would not be here and we would not be as successful. And I can see every meeting that we're in, everyone's super happy. Everyone's so excited to see like the student reports, because that's what we are. You know, we care. We're here because we care, and we're here because we have a lot of passion to it. And I see it with all of you guys. Even if you didn't win an award, I see it. I can feel that passion that you guys have, and I'm just so happy that we do have an amazing team. Another thing that I did want to report is on January 21st, I did go to the IACUE Reimagine EDU conference at the Redondo School of Discovery in Eastville. Thank you for Joe for inviting me. I was so amazed. I was very motivated, so I have a lot of ideas that I want to tell my cabinet and everyone here. Let's see if it's doable, but I have so many ideas. And I know we can make this school so much better, and we can live it up to its potential and just have a whole new generation standard that we should do. And especially, I really want to thank how you guys started the unified sports. Oh my God, that was amazing. I was about to cry. I was like, oh my God, this is so cute. I love it. And that's what we need. Everyone needs to be on the same platform, no matter who you are, or like what you do. It's all about equity, and this is what we're here for, and I really appreciate you guys because that's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vallejo. And myself, current President Stafford. With the teachers, to see them, it was a real honor. I've worked with many teachers, staff, students are gone since I was working in the district, but many of the people I've worked with and know, and it's really an honor to see them receive these awards, and I really appreciate all of the staff and what they go through day by day, and I take it real personal. Today I had a good day where I went to the presentation. It was not a presentation that was a good subject. And I went to Paris Lake and went to the human trafficking, which we just didn't get enough PR out there soon enough about it. But it opened my eyes to something that you know, we all know about it, but we don't think about it. And it really, I went there to learn, and I did learn. The mayor was there, and there were some things that it was pretty tough conversations. So I really appreciate that, and want to see that spread throughout the district to whoever can contribute to those type of subjects. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Mr. Alford for inviting me. It really it's an impact to me because my previous work in emergency services. Also, would just like to talk about a couple of things. The Footsteps of Freedom that the students went on. I mean, that sounds great. I think this started with Mr. Bruff was the first one to take that trip along with Mr. Skorpanich. That and they spoke about it. So then I heard about it again, and now we're hearing about, you know, the possibility of more people going. So I'm really interested in that. Otherwise, I think the district is on the right track. I think that we feel that we can be productive as a board. We feel strong. We don't agree on everything, but we agree on just about all the really important issues. And I want to hear from the parents. I don't see enough of the parents' thoughts. I want to hear from our behind-the-scenes persons. You ones that come here, principals, maintenance, security, you come here every month, you're regular fixtures here. You pretty much know how this works. So we need to infuse new people, new blood into the process so we can hear from the parents and the students where they don't feel that they're not heard. So I'm just thankful to be here and be of service. So, and thank you. So with that, we're going to move on. And our next item is 10.1, invitation to address the Board of Trustees on non-agendized items.
No cards this evening.
Okay. So we'll go now to 11.1, consent calendar, approval of consent calendar items. Do I have a motion to approve the items listed under the consent calendar?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson, Trustee Garcia. Okay, any comments, concerns? You can now vote electronically. (11.1) passes 5 in favor, none opposed. We're going to move now to oral reports continued. 12.1, technology, informational and instructional technology update. Joseph Williams will be doing a presentation.
Thank you, Board. Board President Stafford, Board Superintendent, and Cabinet. Probably Mr. Stafford and Mr. Nellison have seen part of this presentation on how the tech department works. So this is really more like the state of the status of what's going on with educational technology and technology. I'm not sure if over the recent years Ms. Vallejo has seen it or Mr. Garcia, but for Mr. Campos, just sort of like, you know, with technology, everything should just work. People don't like to know how the sausage is made. And so this is sort of like the behind the scenes stuff about how we operate. So make sure that the clicker works. It does. Okay, so an interesting quote that we used from 2011 was from an ISTE keynote. And Chris Lehman said, it's an interesting quote that said technology should be like oxygen. It should be ubiquitous, necessary, and visible. And in the end, it's not about the technology, it's about the people using it and how they use it. So that main concept stuck with us here in the district about, you know, when we first rolled out Chromebooks, we didn't, you know, everybody didn't open the carts and celebrate and have a big horn blowing where, you know, we're making a big deal about using technology. It's just something that should be necessary, it should be needed, just like oxygen. We don't even really think about it. Paris Union High School is a special place to work. Because we keep the focus on the students and everything that we do. So for the technology department, and feel free if there's some questions to jump in, we'll go through them really quick. We kind of think of the technology department that handles these main boxes. And so we're going to kind of quickly go through some of these main boxes and that kind of things. So for planning, in case you don't know, in 2013, when Scholar Plus was rolled out, the teaching and learning plan, Scholar Plus was chosen for the reason that we should keep the focus on the students. So every time we think about something, we think about what we're going to do, and we're weighing our values. We're saying, how is that going to affect the students? And so that's why we called it Scholar Plus. That's why you see it on all the Chromebooks. Also, this quote from 2010, when we were doing our planning. So this quote from 2010 from the National EdTech Plan said that basically, in effect, that every educator and student should have access to a device to use inside and out of school. Always connected. So this seemed kind of revolutionary in 2010, and we took that information and we created the Scholar Plus Teaching and Learning Plan. And before we did that, we had desired outcomes. Now, mind you, these desired outcomes were crafted in 2013. People were telling us, like, this isn't going to work, you're all going to lose your jobs. You know, they asked Candace, did you carry the one? On the budget, is it going to work? And now when we come back from COVID, it doesn't seem too revolutionary that every school should be doing this, right? So at first, our planning was the desired outcomes. And you know, when we would share these over the years with school districts, they thought, oh, there's no way. We're never going to go one-to-one. That's not what you're going to need. This was sort of our core, and they've sort of evolved over the years. And this informs what we do. There's also other planning that goes on. We have to keep ahead of the curve. And in technology, just so you know, it's sort of the department that's evaluated every second of the day, because something might not be working, something somewhere, anywhere. And so we always need to be connected. So one of the things that we do here is we collaborate with the ed tech side and the tech side. James is very involved with SITE. That's the tech side. I'm okay with that, but I'm more the ed tech side. We belong to some collaboratives that carry some really wonky stuff, like engineering principles and all those kind of things, and we stay informed. We work with the National Education Tech Planning. We do E-rate planning. There's 5 board agenda items today about E-rate. If you have any questions, we'd be willing to talk to you about those. And we attend the PUHSD planning meetings. Like this week, we have the principal meetings for all those kind of stuff. So we're intimately involved in the planning. Some of the other ongoing planning is, Mr. Ben and I belong to the RTM Cato Education Congress, so we're very involved in that planning. James works with ISAC, which is sort of cybersecurity. I work with the Computer Equity Task Force about what's coming down the road. And then together in the planning, our tech coaches and techs are intimately involved in the planning to make sure that we're future ready to stay ahead of the curve. Any questions on planning before we move to like operations? James will mostly cover the operations part of it, but also I just want to be clear when it comes to operations. We aren't the tail wagging the dog, all right? So we know that we're here to serve teaching and learning. And so we're very mindful of that the services that we provide in operations is there to support what's currently taking place and the future of what's taking place. So before I get started, so this whole infrastructure of operations, we have to have high-speed internet, right? We have to have data privacy and security. We have to have access through technology inside and out. We have to have high-quality courses and devices. Home internet access, we were ahead of the curve on that during COVID. Students need to be digital citizens on the line, and we need to make sure that we work with student services on providing quality access to curriculum and instruction. And here are some of the specifics on the operations.
Good evening, everyone. So this is a bit of a kind of a snapshot look at what our day-to-day operations and our week-to-week operations sort of look like. So as Joe mentioned, high-speed internet is critical to what we do and how we serve our students with education. Technology is everything these days, so maintaining our the guidelines of at least a 20 gigabit per second. You'll be seeing an E-rate proposal tonight that'll bring us up to that speed. We'll also see requests for new switchgear and fiber optic cabling. Maintaining our networks as speeds get faster, as technology gets better, we're trying to stay on the cusp and make sure that we're not falling behind. We have over 10,000 students divided amongst a 10 gigabit per second internet connection, which gets divided further down into the switches. So as you can tell, by the time it gets to the end student, they're only getting 3 megabits per second of that 20 gigabits per second, or 10 gigabits per second. And we're working on improving that. But other day-to-day, we have primary and a secondary data center that we use for disaster recovery. Cybersecurity measures, working with MSISAC, making sure we identify threats, making sure we identify security vulnerabilities and patch them and take necessary precautions. Firewall protection is 24/7. That firewall defends everything here, and you better believe that they know it's there, and they like to poke to see if there's any openings available. But we make sure we keep up on that. Managing our devices, our teacher devices, our student devices, and also multi-factor authentication to help increase our security.
So we intentionally didn't go into too much detail about our switchgear and our cyber intentionally. This is a public record, and we're not really sharing how we protect things, especially with the firewall. If you want to talk one-on-one, I'd be more than happy to talk about some of the measures that we've taken, to be clear. So we also have a very responsive help desk protocols. All these behind-the-scenes workflow things that the techs have to do to be very responsive, how they have to be very helpful. We get help desk tickets on things that are not even closely related to tech, and they hand them off diplomatically to the next person. We use efficient tools for communication. We have student safety self-harm alerts to keep them safe, and all those things are running 24/7. All the time. We also, for the ed tech side, we have a fully featured learning management system that works with all these diverse platforms, all these textbook publishers. It's sort of a common cartridge, single sign-on, single point of entry. It pulls in rosters so that it's very easy. If you're a classroom teacher, it pulls in those rosters, and it just syncs you up and you're ready to go. It should just work, and they shouldn't have to think about it. And we also have an identity management system for the students to be safe online. So ongoing improvements, right, for operations. We have E-rate projects that are coming up. We regularly look at the end of life for our server equipment. We regularly support the district phase improvements on anything that Mainston Operations is doing. And we regularly support any new curricular resources that are coming through. And what's really kind of unique here, because Paris Union is a unique place to work, is the tech coaches, the certificated teachers, ETC and techs, they're a part of this operations planning too. So that's sort of a mix on like the operations. Any questions on operations? Yes.
It might be out of bounds. With the switch gear and cabling, the connection to the county and when that's broken, I would consider that an incident, of course, but
yes.
Maybe we could talk about that at some point.
Oh, I do not have a problem airing the dirty laundry about sometimes when the connections get broke. We're not the only district where sometimes it could be a connection from the county that's severed, or it could be the fiber provider, or it could be construction out on the street. But in one of our E-rate items today, builds in a resiliency by having another connection come from Marietta. So we're going to have two connections.
Oh, okay.
So that's an E-rate item today. But I hear you, and as you know, if there ever is a network break, we're notifying teachers ASAP. We're telling them. I mean, I'm not right out telling them like it's not coming back up today, but they could read through the lines like if it's down like that.
Have a backup plan. Okay.
All teachers should. Yeah. But a good question, and it is an E-rate item, but we can talk a little bit about it.
Okay, thank you,
Other
Mr.
questions?
Williams.
So part of the box is also professional learning. So we talked about operations and how we do that, and we talk about that we have to be planning, but we're intimately involved with the professional development on what teachers need. So years ago, school boards would be like, why are we buying this? Why are we buying these computers? Why are we doing that? How are we preparing students using this? And now the conversation has shifted. It's not whether we should. Clearly after COVID, it's not whether we should. It's how we're using it. So this conversation has shifted, and our technology coaches and techs know that we need to provide high impact strategies and high quality educational experiences. So here's a picture.
of some recent PD. We're back live. We haven't had a chance to take some pictures recently of being live. I see Ms. Vallejo's in there working with these 2 students at the IAQ Tech Fair, and other teachers that showed up to the IAQ Tech Fair. We haven't had a lot of opportunity over the years for pictures for full-blown face-to-face Tech PD, but that's changing. So I said we moved from the how to the why. The role of the teacher, for those of you who've been in education for a long time, the role has sort of changed, where teachers are not just doing a direct lecture lesson planning. They're a learning experience designer. They're teaching critical thinking. We, as a district, work very hard to develop teachers' capacity to be teacher leaders. Jason spoke with some of them today that were here on how we identify them as teacher leaders to help us. And moving to the role of educator as being a facilitator, a motivator, a catalyst. And so those are the things that we work on. We used to spend a great deal amount of time on how to click here and how to click there. Most platforms are very intuitive. Now we still teach that. We still put out documents for that. But most of the PD that we provide on this is the why. The why, the teaching and learning on the high impact strategies behind that. These are some things that in-class technology coaches do. I won't go into detail, but they have a very multifaceted job. They can co-plan, they can co-teach, they can do strategies with the teachers, they can demonstrate lessons, they prepare PD. If it comes to grading, it's not really their role to work on the mechanics of grading, because that's just the mechanics. But when they work with teachers on grading, they should be working on the philosophy of grading, on feedback and that kind of stuff. And this is some of the other things that they do. They also have a lot of other supports that they do for professional development. They both have institutional knowledge of how the schools work, and they're very helpful on when we do the CELT testing and statewide testing. And they're really there to support the principal's goals and the district goals. And the last one says build capacity of the school, but no mission creep. If you're not familiar with that term, in any organization, you can have mission creep, where this is what they're there to do. They're there to work with students and teachers, but then maybe they were asked to help here, and that wasn't really their role, but they helped. But then they were asked again, and they were asked again, and then before you know it, they're doing a mail merge to pull kids out of class in an Excel sheet, and that's really a clerical job. So we work on like, no, let's get you back. Let's get you back to the professional development. Any questions on teacher professional development? Yes.
You hear about all the different TikTok steps. So the digital citizenship requirements, what can you explain briefly the digital citizenship?
So excellent question. So digital citizenship has always been a requirement when you accept federal E-rate funds. Always, 4 years. And districts kind of just, yeah, we did it, and they signed off on it. Here in this district, we didn't just do lip service to it. So what we did years ago is early on, we worked with Common Sense Media, and we worked with our teachers to be common sense educators, and worked for our schools to be Common Sense certified and the district to be certified. So through Common Sense, there's a ton of modules that they push out. And our requirement to be a school Common Sense certified would be for 2 grades. There might be 6 modules, and they have to choose 3. And they don't have to do the whole school, but they could do like freshman foundations. And over the years, they rotate them. We use a platform called Nearpod. It just so happens that a lot of those digital citizenship stuff is there. And I can tell you why digital citizenship was important. A little anecdote was there was an incident a couple years ago on a campus. A student did something, and a teacher came by and said, you would think that wouldn't have happened online. You think with digital citizenship that the kids wouldn't behave that way anymore. And I'm like, that's one way to think about it. However, I happen to know that 20 kids reported that kid, right? 20 kids used the training that they had in digital citizenship, said, I need to let an adult know that this is taking place. So there's different things about online safety, what's your digital footprint, how to protect your password, what do you do for bullying, and all of those things that are very helpful. So we're a Common Sense certified district, and we have Common Sense certified students. So that's a great question, and it's embedded into what we do. And there's training on that too. So instructional resources, so technology can teach critical thinking, right? So it's not just, it should never be this passive type of use of technology. It shouldn't be students as just consuming technology. They should be crafting and creating using technology, and they should use it to organize their learning, right? So with technology, you can have interactive simulations otherwise that you couldn't have. Students could take multiple ways of demonstrating understanding through the use of technology. It also helps them be more self-regulated. You could provide scaffolds. It's a force multiplier, and it also allows them to apply their learning in real-world context ways, because when you go out into the world here, that's how you're going to need to operate. So this is some of the things that it does. I already mentioned a little bit about interactive, multisensory kind of activities that we have using technology, and other models of representation for students can present what they learned, verbal, musical, graphical, symbolic, and other instructional formats. So it really puts sort of the responsibility on a high school student to use these tools to organize their learning. You know, one of the things that technology isn't, it's not going to replace great teaching, right? So we're going to rely on teachers even more through the use of technology, and we rely on them even more to allow students to take technology to demonstrate their learning, not just in a regular, I take a Scantron test way. And most of our best teachers understand that and what technology can do. It also allows, because of the use of technology with feedback, it allows teacher to monitor more closely how they're doing on assignments. It allows students to see how they're doing on assignments. And that helps with, you know, the transfer of knowledge, and that's why it's extremely important. It also is great for any type of scaffolding. Most of our best teachers will create, and Ms. Vallejo knows that we attended some sessions at Inland Area Q where these teachers have created these awesome scaffolds, like the Freire model on how you learn vocabulary, and all other different types of models. And you can also probably do this without technology, but the best teachers are using these scaffolds to help the students learn. It also allows, and multimedia is where it's at, so it allows the students to be able to, these recordings that they all do effortlessly, they just jump on those school board recordings and they do that. If their teacher asks them to demonstrate knowledge by creating a screencast and just explain what they do, they can do that without thinking. And that's an awesome thing to do. Any questions about that portion? This is extremely important. I'm going to let James talk a little about it before I slip about equity and access. When this district switched to distance learning during COVID and remote work during, quote, COVID, all these other districts were panicking about equity and access. We did not panic. We already were doing this. And so the way we were able to during COVID, and I'm sure James can speak to this, about other districts reach out to us on how they were getting devices in the hands of students. So can you briefly just kind of explain like how our devices were provisioned, we're not in a cart, and how we provided hotspots?
So our devices are all one-to-one take-home. That means every student's issued a device, and that device goes home with them at the end of the day. Unlike other models where they'll have a cart in the classroom, students come in and they get a device. So by taking it home, that brings the equity of access to home. So when the pandemic hit, everybody was scrambling to try to figure out how to get devices in the hands of their students. So they reached out to me. Neighboring districts that hadn't gone one-to-one yet were reaching out to us, asking us all of our processes, how we handled checkouts, how we handled summer school, how we handled everything going forward. So we were definitely, having started this in 2013, we were a pioneer in this region going one-to-one, and they reached out to us definitely for support when it came time to it.
And if you look at the recent educational technology plan with equity access, there's 3 main bullets. The 2 main bullets, we solved those years ago, were every student having a device, right, no matter what their ability was, and also connecting to the internet inside and out of school. We still have a hotspot program for students that do not have Wi-Fi at home. We didn't put that aside because COVID was done. We still do it. And so we've conquered those. And the third part of that educational technology plan was for equity and access, would be for understanding that students have different abilities and what technology can do for that. So one of the things is that this slide here is not in order of importance. This was the last desired outcome on the list from Scholar Plus from 2013, that this district, no matter where the student came from, was going to provide equitable access to learning experiences for all students, especially students in underserved populations, low-income minority, students with disabilities. So this was a desired outcome from 2013. And through the use of technology, the student can get help with reading. If they have dyslexia, they can have a specific font. If they need a color contrast on the screen, if they're a second language learner, there's all kinds of platforms that help them do that. So it definitely creates that equitable access. Mr. Shaner is in the back of the room. A little plug to him. He used to be a technology coach with us for years ago. Tons of slide decks behind the scenes on special ed accessibility with Chromebooks, right? So technology can make things possible that didn't exist in the past. So if you were a teacher before technology and a student in the classroom, students didn't learn it if the teacher didn't teach it. And if the teacher didn't know it, students didn't learn it, right? That is not the case anymore. We have some classrooms where students are so far advanced than the teacher, like in coding, that those kids are way off the chart. So now students have access to information. They have access to collaboration with each other. They didn't have that before. They have access to creation tools, publishing tools. It becomes a force multiplier. When I was an English teacher before technology and I was teaching reading intervention, I'm one person with 36 students. But when technology was infused in my classroom, I could push out 36 different variable resources that you might need depending on your ability. So that one device multiplied me. It's a force multiplier. And it also, in the high school, it created student center autonomy. That might not be the case in the younger grades, like their first and second, they might not have the autonomy yet. But we really want them, by the time they get to high school, is that they really understand how to organize their learning. When it came to equity and access, when it came to traditional, on how you tested stuff, now it's embedded in the learning. Accessibility used to be Scantrons, and now it's universally kind of assigned. Multiple pathways, I can tell you a little bit about that, about how ideally, with the best use of technology, you could create what's called a playlist to learning. So if I'm a math teacher and I have, again, students of 36 different abilities, you can take a little diagnostic, and figure out where the gaps were for each person. And then that person now would have a playlist to catch up on their gaps, because students are all different, right? Especially our students from underserved populations and equity of access to our SPED students. I won't go into detail there. We did years ago sort of conquer the digital divide, and I mentioned earlier that it's not just a passive use of technology, it's an active use of technology. Here's an example. I didn't have any recent pictures, so I apologize if you're like, when was that taken? But this was at PALS years ago, Emil in the back, and this was a scholar bar at PALS where our techs were working with the adult SPED students to work on Chromebooks, to take them apart, to work on bezels and hinges, just like they do at the high school. Any questions on equity or any statements about equity? So transformation is the last one in all the boxes, how we're transforming education. This is, just real quick, interesting picture. The first picture on the top is a math teacher, used to be a tech coach, and he's using Liberty High School, and he's doing some math coordinates things that maybe Mr. Bennett could explain better than me, and they're using the technology in the room, and they're projecting it to the screen, and they're dancing, and they're doing a thing where he tricked them to like dance through the coordinates. They didn't realize they were dancing. It was amazing, through the use of face-to-face. We still have, on the side, a traditional teacher. He's kind of teaching traditionally using the active panel, but through that active panel, he can teach traditionally. Then he can also collapse that, and you work in small groups. Some of these other pictures were students in the classroom. The one on the corner is a kid, he had to teach the kids how to do a Rubik's Cube. And so he plugged it up, he put it on the active panel, and he was doing all that kinds of stuff. Yes?
Were they dancing to Billie Jean by Michael Jackson? Is that what I said?
You know what?
Were they doing the moonwalk and everything?
I believe, thank you for catching that. I believe they were. It was amazing, and there was a couple of math teachers at Liberty that were doing that. But what I want to be clear on, this is not just sitting in front of the computer. This isn't putting the VCR plugging in play. This is a combination of the best teaching and learning face-to-face, the best teaching and learning using technology, because all learning is social. It's not just sitting there in front of the computer. And that's what transformation does for us. It's an interesting question. I have no worries. I do not. I won't go on a rant, but I'm going to just put it this way. If we were all to go in a time machine 100 years from now, and we were to go into a society 100 years from now, and how we would see people were effectively using AI, and if we laughed and say, hey, do you believe that people in 2002, 2003, they were against AI? What? Yeah, they were the same people that wanted to smash the looms when they were making fabrics. So that's crazy. Who would be against artificial intelligence? I do not personally have concerns about the ethical and appropriate educational use of artificial intelligence. I do not. Here's an example. If I'm a teacher in the future, there might be an AI device right here, and it's kind of paying attention to my instruction. And it might tell me, you know, you've been speaking for 20 minutes. I think the kids are asleep. It might tell me, it might tell me, you've mentioned Mesopotamia 3 times. Would you like me to pull up a map? All these kinds of things that artificial intelligence will do for sort of like the algorithm for learning, right? Properly used, I have complete faith in AI used appropriately. I won't get in the conversation about cheating. There's always been cheaters. Yeah. Yes.
So are all these teachers all trained to do like those kind of things? Like, are they all up to date, all trained? And does it depend on their style of learning too, if they want to use those?
So luckily we do allow for a lot of teacher choice, especially their ability choice. So there's some teachers that might just have this great ability in Canvas LMS, or as a department, a science department will have already created all these interactive test banks, and they're just rocking that ability. And there might be other teachers that, you know, their skill set is not quite there, but we're more than happy and patient to work with them to build up those skill sets. So generally, there's no shortage of opportunity for professional development. When we sort of push something out and say, hey, by the way, that platform's not going to be supported anymore, you need to switch to this, and the teacher says, well, I'm not really trained on that. You know, the first kind of answer is like, man, we've offered so much training on that. But we're still going to continue to offer that opportunity. So, little quote before we leave. If we teach today's students how we taught yesterday, we rob them of tomorrow. I know there's a lot of stories that us old people like to tell about how we were taught. That's a great story. I just don't find it extremely relevant in today's world. I'm going to politely push back. But also, I'm also the first person to go into a classroom when a teacher's using technology and go, man, this was not a technology lesson. This was a face-to-face, let's help you work on your pedagogy and your great teaching practices no matter what. Supporting the role of the teacher. Oops, did I go forward? So some transformation highlights recently. We were way out in front with distance learning. It was, you know, almost embarrassing. We effortlessly switched to not just distance learning, but remote work. We supported staff with remote work. Many of our teachers are accepted to present at Inland Area Q. We've been recognized at many levels. Mr. Campos, teachers recognized as Common Sense educators, Common Sense District. We have tech peer tutors at the Scholar Bar, and we regularly keep ahead of the curve with our partnership with EdTech Collaboratives. So sort of in a nutshell, that's sort of the state of technology and educational technology. Any questions or comments, or, you know? It wasn't 3 minutes. So. No? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, where were we? 12.2. Yeah, let's give Mr. Williams a hand. So I can find where I'm at. Okay, 12.2, curriculum, special education update. Emil Alzabadi will be doing a presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, President Stafford. I'm taking my jacket off. We're going to go all out today. We're going to go all out today. Mr. Bennett, thank you for this evening. Cabinet, board members, thank you, thank you. We've got a lot to cover, and I'm going to go really quick. You, in front of you, have a bunch of packet of information there. But before I do anything, I need to acknowledge in Ms. Vallejo's grace today, just so much gratitude. And so I'm humbled. I'm humbled by the awesome staff that we have, from our school psychologists to our speech and language pathologists, our adaptive physical education. I'm not going to go on, but there's tons of people, our paraeducators, our teachers. And in the back of the room today, I brought with me your special education administrative team. So if you guys can kind of stand up for a second for me, please. Ms. Erica Garcia, Mr. Jeremy Stevens, Mr. Chad Shaner, Dr. Chalfant, and Mr. Holmes were here. Unfortunately, they had family emergencies that they actually had to leave to, so they wanted me to extend their apologies for not being here tonight. That being said, I'm going to jump right in. So far, in terms of our current numbers, and I really need to applaud Mr. Shaner in the back for helping me with putting all these numbers together and making sure that we cross-referenced all these numbers with all the different systems that we have. What we have so far is 11,533 total number of students, 1,716 special ed students at this time, 9 students in assessment. When you look around neighboring districts and our feeder schools, you'll see those arrows. Those arrows denote our feeder schools in terms of coming in from our elementary and our middle schools. You're going to see those numbers. Their numbers indicate what their percentage is in terms of number of special ed students. You'll see ours right in the center, 14.9%. That number is huge. Part of that number is because of the fact that our feeders have a lot of kids that they're qualifying and they're moving up to us. In addition, I gave you a supplemental document that Mr. Stevens found for us based on the National Center for Educational Studies that noted the national average is at 15% now. 15% of school districts are looking at special ed students being qualified for special ed. 15%. That's astronomical. When you take a look at the trends, starting 2015, 2016, we're at 8.9%. 8.9%, we're now at 14.9%. When you look at demographics, I'm not going to read every line for you. It's there for you. If you ever have any questions, please feel free to call me, email me, and I can go into more detail with you on that. Eligibility-wise, just like the national average, specific learning disabilities through the roof. 870 students have qualified for specific learning disability. COVID has not helped in any way, shape, or form. When you look at numbers by site, here's your breakdown in terms of Paloma Valley, all the way down to our non-public schools. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail as that as we go through this, but that information is there for you. Again, I'm not going to read all these numbers to you. You have it there for you. Now, I do want to take a moment to talk about the awesome things that we're doing here in our district. And so when we look at PROACT, we've adopted PROACT in our district to help students that are struggling with some sort of emotional deregulation. They're really agitated. They may be angry. Instead of going hands-on, although PROACT does teach hands-on, it's a 3-day training that we're focusing on training our staff. 2 days of those trainings are on crisis communication and de-escalation verbal communication. We do a full day training on putting hands on students, but we make that our last effort. Dr. Demasian, Mr. Santos did a great presentation for you on our unified sports. We're just so excited for our special ed students having that opportunity. And then VIP prom, which we'll talk in a little bit as well, where our special ed students are going to their prom, having those opportunities and engaging with students as well. Our wellness centers are just, thank you, truly thank you from the bottom of my heart. Our social workers, they were here last time that you all had a chance to meet. And the phenomenal impact they're having on our students' lives, that is a direct testament to what you have allowed us to do. Thank you for that. As well as our social workers and our counselors who have come in and supported. We also, and we'll talk a little bit about Mr. Bruff and I actually went to one of the California Baptist University fairs where we're looking at recruiting interns for our programs. We'll talk about in a second. But we already covered that piece of it. Here's some photos from last year's VIP prom. You can see our students just truly loving this opportunity. And there are so many people to thank that put this together. I had no part in putting that together. We had our ASB staff, we had our Mott Severe teachers put this together, and they're just amazing people, and I am indebted to them, and I'm humbled by them. So they're just truly amazing, wonderful people. Oh, sorry, I went a little too fast. So when we take a look at our mental health supports, our educational and mental health services, we have been providing on a basis, total students served on a weekly, about 212 students. These are special ed students targeted specifically with education-related mental health services, 212 students. We're talking individual, family, group, things of that nature. Our ERMS providers are conducting 20 to 25 assessments. That is huge in terms of what's occurring. Our wellness centers, 18,000 students have now gone in, whether those are the same students that have gone in once, twice, 3 times, regardless, 18,000 times they've gone to our wellness centers. 400 risk assessments. Those are students that have wanted to engage in the thought of wanting to kill themselves, hurt themselves in some way. 400 students. Those are lives that you have saved, directly saved, because of what you've done and the actions you've done by this board. So Mr. Bruff and I went out to California Baptist University to see if we can get some interns to come on board. We had a huge turnout. About 28 of those interns are actively going, I want to come to Paris Union High School. I know what you guys are doing with your supervision, your students. I want to be a part of that. We're very blessed by that. Mr. Stevens in the back also went out to see if we can recruit any marriage and family therapists, interns that come out as well. So we're looking at getting MFTs, LCSWs, or those individuals that are going into their coursework to become MFTs and social workers. And so we do quite a bit of supervision. Mr. Stevens and I are breaking up supervision so that way I do more of the theoretical orientation piece of it, he does more of the clinical piece of it. So our students not only be marketable to work in a school system, they'll be marketable to work in a private practice, in a clinical setting, in a hospital setting. And so we've just made it, because of our vast experiences, we've been able to provide that support, and our students want to keep coming back here to get that supervision, that support, which in turn supports our students. All right, Ms. Zerold actually went through all this information with you last time, but I just took the slides because they were specific to special ed. Again, I'm not going to go into much detail with it. She covered this last time, but I wanted you to have it there as part of the packet for all things special ed. So we have math, science, social science, and then here's your total numbers when you look at the breakdown in regards to what do we got from the standpoint of our mild moderate, our mod severe, and our C's programs. So if you take a look at the highlighted in yellow, 353 students currently at Heritage High School are in our mild moderate program, or our essentials programs in a sense. You have 36 students in our moderate to severe program, and you have 10 students in our C's classroom. And C stands for social, emotional, academic supports. So these are students, I'll break this down really quick. C is really designed for our students academically, they're right on par, but they have so many varying emotional challenges that are impacting them directly from being able to benefit from being in the gen ed setting or in an essentials classroom, where the CEAS program is kind of our last restrictive environment before we look at more expensive non-public schools, residential centers. And our teachers are doing such a phenomenal job in maintaining our students in our CEAS programs that we're not having to have to go to NPS or residential. We'll talk about those numbers in a second. Mod severe, we have 3 different levels at each. Liberty will be next in terms of having 3 levels, our moderate level, and so we'll go into our pathway program that'll kind of give you a little bit of an understanding of what is a low level, a moderate level, and students in our program that are in our higher levels in a sense. Ms. Rachel Post at PALS has graduated 16 students, if we didn't have that program, with now a diploma. We'll talk about that in a second. We doing good on time, Mr. Bruff? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Pathways program, our PALS program, we have 102 special ed students that are between the 18 and 22. You want to come up, Ms. Garcia? Okay, come on, let's do it. All right. So we are doing so many phenomenal things. Ms. Raines and this cabinet and this board have truly invested dollars. We'd love to have you come out and take a look at our PALS pathway programs. I know Mr. Stafford, you came out a while back ago. You wouldn't even recognize the place anymore. It has changed that much. We have outdoor recreational occupational therapy machines, in a sense, for our students. We've got this beautiful basketball court. The inside, we've created a vocational center that has all kinds of, it has actually a mock bed. We have a kitchen. We've got a mock store. Our students are learning the skills that they need so that once they leave us, they can function to the best of their abilities that will allow them, in a sense. You'll see some of the photos here. With the help of technology, they've come out and helped our students with putting things together, repairs on computers. It's just a phenomenal place. What we've seen as the model is Merida Valley Unified School District. We want to beat them. That's our goal. So we're getting there. We are really getting there. So when you look at the Functional Life Skills program, you really have curriculum that's based on functional aspects, right? So we look at workability. We have actually currently the Paris High School Kitchen, Texas Roadhouse, Provecho, Del Taco, Walgreens, the Paris High School Uniform Washing Program that we're also looking at. But I really want to give a shout out to these businesses that have been in partnership with us to really get our students out there to not only practice what's being taught in the classroom, but now actually employing those skills out in the workforce and learning from employers and getting the feedback and being okay with that feedback and getting better at what they're doing. It's been a phenomenal partnership. We want to extend that partnership to other businesses. We really want to focus on individualizing those services. So if we have a student that really wants to work in a clerical position, let's see if we can get that to happen somewhere. Even in our office, in the special ed office, we'll bring students in. They can do things that we mind confidentiality. We take care of those pieces, but we really help them get those skill sets that they need. So we talked about those three levels, our mild, moderate, and severe. Like I said earlier, Ms. Rachel Post has graduated 16 students now. These are students that if we didn't have this program, would not end up with a diploma. Now, the diploma is not a diploma that would get into a four-year university, but it definitely gets you into a two-year community college in that sense, and it'll give them the skills that they need to be able to feel a sense of confidence to do those academic tasks and skills in those community colleges. We also have, sorry, I'm going to keep going here really, I'm trying to speed fast this, so I apologize. So our level 3 mild, we're looking at students about reading level about second grade and higher. They can engage in multiplication, addition, and subtraction, and increase ability to appropriately socialize. Our level 2s are moderate level in a sense, where we look at toileting and feeding schedules. We also look at academics are based on a dollar up method. So if they go to a store and they say, well, this item is 75 cents, give them $1 so that they understand that concept of exchange of money. We also take a look at level 1, which is severe, hand-over-hand support. These are students that needing help with toileting. Academics are based on identifying letters, numbers, and then looking at use of task box, also safety signs, things of that nature. So earlier you heard me talk about non-public schools and residential placements. We've done such a great job, especially with Mr. Stevens and the ERMS team, where we have maintained our students in our programs on in our district sites. We only have 19 students in our non-public schools, 19. Other districts have higher numbers. We're very thankful that we are working collaboratively with our teachers. Our teachers are working collaboratively with our ERMS providers, and we've maintained our students. We do have we have one student currently in residential, and then a couple students at our non-public schools that you'll see down in the bottom there. And those are the school sites that we have contracted with that our students are currently attending. And then with the Riverside County Office of Education, we also have programs that we utilize in terms of our students that are found eligible in the area of autism that we aren't able to maintain in our moderate to severe or in our essentials classrooms from that end. And so we've contracted with Riverside County Office of Education to support our students from that end. And we have about 22 students there. Our medically fragile students are students that are just very fragile, very, very fragile. And they need a high level of support, nursing support, LVN support, things of that nature. We have 14 students in those programs. Again, I'm not going to read all these to you. I just want to give you an idea of kind of the different programs and supports that we contract and connect with. We have 2 students currently attending the California School of the Deaf in Riverside. And what's to come? So let me kind of delve right into that. So in terms for our, sorry, I need a thicker lens of contacts. I can't see that far. So we have VIP prom coming up on May 20th from 5 to 8. We'd love to have you there. The students would just love to see you. So we plan on being there. Unified sports events on, again, March 17th from 10:35 to 2 o'clock at Paris High School. We're also looking at updating the PALS campus like we talked about earlier. We've got the basketball courts, the sensory gym. We'd love to have you come out and take a look at that piece. Professional development for our staff. We're looking at training all of our staff through the IEP. There's a lot of new legislation that's come out. It's constant. It's evolving, so we constantly have to be kept abreast and making sure that we provide that support to our teachers so they know what's going on. Again, PROACT training, we're moving and making sure that we get all of our CEAS teachers, all our paraeducators, all trained in that. Our campus supervisors, again, trained. I know our campus supervisors have different trainings that they go through, but for our special ed students, Mr. Hannon and I have talked about having the campus supervisors trained in PROACT as well so they can make sure that we're using that crisis communication piece. Writing IEP goals, we're also pulling all of our administrative designees for training to make sure that we're holding legally compliant IEPs from that end. We're bringing our interns on for the internship training during the summer, and then internship supervision training throughout the year. And that is the presentation. Any questions? Any questions? Yes, sir.
So looking at the demographics on the EL, English minor, we have 545 instead. Is there, are they screened, because a lot of things in language trainings, a lot of things, sometimes obviously the English learner has a language barrier on that, or also could be
Absolutely.
identifiable learning disability. And so in that process, so when they get both, if they're identified EL as well
Yeah.
as SPED, are they getting services for both of their?
Absolutely. So we're looking at providing teachers, so they go through the screening process first, right, to determine if there's level 1, level 2, level 3, based on the different testing that we provide, just in terms of where they're at with their EL component piece. Then we use specialized testing that is in their native language to ensure that we're looking at, is this truly a specific learning disability, is this other health impairment from that end? So we make sure that we use materials that are standardized to the native language as well, so that we're making sure that we're not just simply saying, this is a language issue, this truly is a learning disability from that standpoint for those students.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
At the beginning of your slideshow, you were talking about, offering, I guess, training for mental crises and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Who are we offering that training to, and are you offering it to staff, parents? Because, parents are going with us at home.
Sure.
They might not know how to handle their kids in odd behavior, and I'm learning myself.
Yep.
There's sometimes, when I respond to certain calls, I might not even know how to handle it, so I'm always looking for support too.
Right.
So are you offering these courses, and are you thinking about expanding to the public?
Great question. So, Mr. Garcia, what we've done is for our staff, we offer PROACT. So that PROACT training is a specific training to support our staff in making sure that if a student in the classroom is truly deregulating in a sense, from an emotional standpoint, these are the phases, these are the things to look for, these are the things to making sure that you don't get in proximity, making sure you stay safe. We want to keep our staff safe, and at the same time, keep our students safe so that we can de-escalate the situation. If all these factors are not working, in a sense, we look at our behavioral plans for our special ed students, we look at the primary plan, then the reactionary plan, we look at what's going on in the environment, how we can stabilize. We always look at the functional equivalent replacement behavior piece of it, and we always look at the 4 functions of behavior: sensory, escape, attention, tangible. Sorry, I'm going really fast, but I'm trying to. So when you look at sensory, when we're trying to figure out, is this student really engaging in these behaviors because there's a sensory issue? Light's too bright, or I don't like the attention, why are you giving me so much attention? Or is it, I just need to get out of here because this is too much for me, or I'm hungry. And so based on those factors, we're looking at a replacement behavior to address that piece. That's a training that we give to all of our staff. Our social workers and our ERMS providers are also supporting our students, and when our parents are asking or when our parents are needing, they're there to support as well from that standpoint. In our IEPs, we actually put parent counseling at times in those IEPs, so we do provide that support. Yep. Yes, sir. Any other questions?
Are those trainings for the staff, is it like a yearly thing or is it
Great question. So PROACT says that when you get trained, you have 2 years and you have to go through the recert again. So right now, we are heavily concentrating on our CEAS teachers, our CEAS paraeducators, make sure they get the support along with our campus supervisors. And then we expand from there, right, from that standpoint. It's a 3-day training. So it's difficult to get all that managed in a sense, but we're trying very hard to get as many people trained as possible from that standpoint. And so we move through, and then once we get them trained, we go through the recert again in 2 years in a sense from that end. Mr. Holmes, Mr. Stevens, Mr. Matt Davis, one of our teachers actually at Paloma Valley High School, are a trainer of trainers. So we actually have our own staff training our staff. Any other questions? Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time.
Don't forget your jacket, Emil.
Emil?
Emil, don't forget your jacket.
Okay. Thank you, Emil, and I will get over there to visit you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We're at 12:3 now, arts, music, and instructional material. I need glasses now.
I'm gonna leave my sweater on.
Okay.
It's kind of cold
Materials
here.
Discretionary Block Grant Plan. And Diane Martin is back.
Thank you. Good evening, President Stafford, board members, Superintendent Bennett, Cabinet. So this is going to be a reiteration of our CMI presentation, but a little bit more detail on the planning process of how the sites came up with their needs and list. So as you know, and let me just officially introduce myself, Mr. Campos. My name is Diane Martin. I'm Director of Learning Support Services. I oversee all of our state and federal programs for the district. It's my 32nd year in this district, all in this district. So I started off as a teacher and have now helped supporting all of our students in our community. So welcome. So in the work that I do, I always like to start off with reiterating our vision, mission statement, and everything that we do and the decisions that we make really surround our LCAP goals. And so I always like to present this, and I don't know that we'll ever get tired of this slide because it's just beautiful. And I know we kind of used it a few times with Hector at one of our special ed events. So that just kind of lays the groundwork for the decisions and the information and the why of what we do. So again, just to reiterate, the purpose of this is the, let me just start off with, this is the Art, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant. This is one-time money that our district is receiving a little over $6 million. Again, the categories are very broad. So it's from instructional materials and supplies to those items and those instructional supports for improving school climate, expanding our library resources. As far as operational costs, you can include retirement, healthcare costs on those increases, and COVID-related expenditures, especially that around providing safe schools. And so part of that will explain one of our items that we are looking at using these funds for to help the HVAC replace system. I also wanted just to mention, again, this is one-time money. It expires in 25-26, so we have 4 years to expend these dollars. And I had also mentioned that Prop 28, the voters had passed the proposition that will provide ongoing art music money, and 80% of that grant has to be spent on certificated or classified staff. And the remaining 19% can be used for materials and supplies to help support that ongoing cost. So each school site has an allocation, and it's based on their enrollment. We don't have to provide a plan for that, but I wanted to provide you some context that there's just a big push on the art, music, this one-time money, plus the ongoing Prop 28 dollars that will help expand the art and music programs at all of the schools across the district. So the process that we asked our leadership, the site teams, really is to go back to their leadership teams, to talk to their teachers, the VAPA departments, to really come up with a list. So the list is much longer than this, but these are the broad categories that have been identified by our leadership team, and this process has really been taking place over the last couple of months. So what I'm sharing with you tonight are really just broad categories and some specifics of some items that are in need at each of the different schools. So an overall update to our VAPA program, and kind of reiterating and kind of repeating of what Mr. Milosevic had shared, is that band equipment. And I don't know if any of you have purchased or even looked at band equipment. It is unbelievably expensive for a piece of equipment. And we're talking, I think there was a saxophone that we had quoted out was over $6,000. And so this money will be used to help build and support and expand existing band programs, especially focusing at Heritage, Paris, and Pinacati. Storage obviously is going to be needed for all of these materials and supplies that are being requested. Band uniforms really to upgrade, provide that continuity and access and equity across all of our schools. Athletic equipment, theater lighting, cabling, sound system, these are all things that will help, these funds will help support that across the district. Student events and activities, these are across all sites. There's from field trips to visits to museums, art museums. I mean, there's quite a list. but it provides opportunities for students to be able to experience these. Consultant contracts, primarily this was a Heritage High focus. That's really build capacity with the staff and the students in learning how to use the instruments. And the materials and supplies, that's a very broad category. These are all the things that will help support all of the items that are listed above. The list would be endless, and those could be anything from cables to technology to bulbs, things that will help continue to support the VAPA department. Libraries, this was an area of a focus for us as well, so that includes the high-interest reading materials for all of our libraries across the district, and that $450,000 really is just kind of a multi-year budget for them to be able to continue to expand the collections at their sites. And as we had mentioned earlier, the modular shelving, so some of our smaller sites, such as the Lake and Paloma Valley High School, just having more space and opportunity to provide more reading material for the students. And of course, our teachers have requested professional development opportunities with this as in-state or out-of-state conferences and trainings, so those dollars will help cover that as well. And then, as we had mentioned before, the HVAC replacement, just to reiterate what Candace had said earlier, so the board members that have been here for a while have gone through all of the if you remember, all of the multiple plans for ESSER and COVID. We had set aside $2 million to address the COVID need and filtration and the safety portion, and so that $2 million has been earmarked for that. But we knew at that time that that was not going to be enough to really take care of all of the issues and the needs for the district, and that also included the maintenance budget as well. And I know Hector will be sharing a little bit about that later. So this $2 million will allow Hector and the business department to be able to upgrade and really offer a more robust HVAC system. And I'm not even going to try to even explain all of that, because Hector will do that, I think, in a couple presentations after me. So we've allocated the $2 million, and I think this will, I think in our conversations with the business department and with Hector, that this will really help solidify and kind of meet the needs of the district as a whole. And so, with that, so again, this is an informational meeting, so we can take questions, and then next month we'll bring this plan back. I don't anticipate that there will be huge changes to what I'm presenting tonight, but if there is, we'll make that known to you. But pretty much, this is the needs of the sites from each of the schools. Any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
When you did the CMI presentation, they'll be receiving $600,000?
Yes, $616,000, yes.
Okay.
Yes, and that's over the course of the 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all of it's divided amongst the schools?
Yes, so what we did, so this particular pot of money is not a per site allocation. The Prop 28 is. This one was based on the needs from the school. So they had a planning document that they identified what their needs were, and pretty much we'll be able to accommodate all of them.
I'm assuming that like Liberty's not getting a whole bunch of money since they just opened.
Yes.
And they have a budget
Yes.
to
F&E stuff, yeah. Yes. But in the out years, as soon as that F&E money is out, they will be able to access if there's anything else that they need from this pot of money. Right now, we can't identify what that is at this moment, since they're still in the process of building out.
So my question, and I love sports, the athletic.
That's really geared towards the PE, the PE, that falls under VAPA, physical education. So any equipment. Yeah, yeah. Probably may have just put physical education, yeah, because I think maybe athletic equipment, but it's physical education.
Lighting or maybe lighting for an older site or something, something, I had no idea that was even a component, so I appreciate that.
Yes. Mhm. It is very broad. We were very perplexed at the range of how you could use these dollars. So.
And in fact, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I can interrupt. You may remember this presentation was agendized initially for December.
Yes.
If
Oh,
I
yes.
If I remember for the month correctly, and we pulled it because things are always changing, and we're always trying to be the most strategic we possibly can with all of the different funds and resources that we have. And so the reason we pulled that is because we're seeing the election results, right?
Yeah.
The Prop
Yep, we pulled it back.
Back to the drawing board and be more strategic here, so.
Because there is some, behind the scenes, there's supplant rules with these different pots of money. So that was part of the strategy, is to kind of wait and see what the requirements were for Prop 28. And so we now know, and so we can still move forward with this plan. Okay. Did somebody time me? Because it's not my 20 minutes. Not my usual 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Okay. Okay, we're going to move next to 12.4, Buildings and Grounds, Facilities Project Update. That'll be Candace Rains, Hector Gonzalez, and Dr. Fred Good.
Yes, let me make sure this is gonna work. All right, I fully expect to get some razzing from Joe, but I tease those that I love. So we will probably actually be longer than Joe's presentation because we have been, unless you want us to like speed talk, but we talked to Mr. Bennett about being able to do a presentation in February because we've been so focused on COVID, the last 3 years. And we've all been doing that work. It's changed some of our focus, but we've been very busy behind the scenes with facilities. And so we wanted to take an opportunity to catch you up there and let you know what we have planned going forward. So if you'll indulge us, we will go through that. Hector's going to do the lion's share of this. He has the fun part, and Fred and I will be sandwiched on either end of him. And welcome back officially, Dr. Good. So I wanted to just really quick talk about the facilities funding. I'm not going to go, back 20 years or anything like that, but I wanted to just, especially for you, Mr. Campos, and I think even you a little bit, Ms. Vallejo, the financings that we did in 2019 and 2021 really funded what we refer to as our 2017 master plan projects, and that's everything Hector. So if you don't know what that means, that's okay. Hector's going to show you all of it. And we did really good in all of these financings on the market, so we're really actually proud of that. So I just wanted to go over some of those highlights. So in 2019, May of 2019 specifically, we sold a certificates of participation. That was $40 million to fund a portion of Liberty High School. That debt is serviced by a community facilities district, 92-1. That's out in the Menifee area. Most of you know, in 2018, the voters adopted Measure W, and so we sold Series A as a single authorization in July of 2019. Again, that was the first and only series for Measure W, $148 million. In July of 21, we sold Series C of Measure T. That was the 2012 bond measure. I still thank Mr. Stafford for saving a yard sign for me so I could hang one up in my garage when I got the idea to hang T and W up together. And so that was the remaining authorization from the final authorization from Measure T. We also, this didn't get us any money for our projects, but it was a good thing to do and the right thing to do. We refunded Measure T Series A in July of 21, and we did that only to save the taxpayers' dollars because we took advantage of the better interest rates, and so we saved $8.4 million to our taxpayers. So we were glad to be able to do that and capitalize on those better interest rates. So those financings, and I'm not going to highlight every single source of facilities dollars, but I wanted to talk about the big ones. So there's the financing and then our state dollars. Obviously, there's things like, developer fees and, other sources of funding, but these were the big ones. So the big success was finally receiving our state money for Liberty High School. Those of you, including those of you in the audience, know that to be the icing, right? We talked about that's going to be the icing on the cake if we can get that, and then we can go ahead and do some of these other projects. So we got that approval in October of 2020. That was good news. We are also very aggressive. Sometimes we joke and say they pay us in Sacramento to go away and come back down to Southern California, here, take your money. And so we apply for all of the competitive grants that are available to us as well. And so we received $6 million in two $3 million allocations for CTE projects at Paris High School, and that funded a portion of the PACE, Paris Agricultural Center for Excellence projects. And I just want to pat ourselves on the back a little bit. But out of the 216 applications that were submitted throughout the state, our 2 applications ranked 16th and 24th there. So I just appreciate everybody that was able to help with that. And so, again, those were $3 million each. So that's just a real quick history on the financing. And now I'm going to turn it over to Hector. That's a fun picture, though, right? That was a fun day for Mr. Bennett. He got to knock down part of his old office in the administration building. I thought he was going to topple the whole tractor over, but he's lived to tell about it, so. All right.
No, that picture is not up at the post office. Nobody's looking for those people. Good evening, President Stafford, board members, Trustee Campos, nice to meet you from the podium, Superintendent Bennett, and cabinet members. So my portion here, I'm going to be doing a facilities project update. And, you know, when I sit back and I see the presentations from our brothers and sisters in Ed Services, and they show the great work that's happening, the progression in the test scores, attendance, this awesome initiative with the Unified PE, it's inspiring, you know. And I think to myself is, how does a facilities guy come up here and present their facilities work, you know? And I want to go through that. We do that by showing pictures, by walking sites, and at the end of the day, facilities, it's the proof is in the pudding, right? People drive by our sites, they see our awesome facilities, they sit in our classrooms, they sit in our gyms, play sports in our gyms, and so it's an honor to be up here tonight doing this presentation. So with that, I'm going to start going forward, and we're going to start with Liberty. But before I get started, I also want to use Emil's words and do a shout out to our facility supervisor, Mr. Goodwin, who helps me in facilities. He's my partner in crime, so boots on the ground, getting these things done. So. We'll start with facilities. No, my jacket stays on. Here's an overview of the site plan for Liberty. You board members have been on the board for a while. You've seen this image a bunch of times. It's what Liberty was planned to be, and it's what actually was built. Sometimes projects, they change during construction, but this one was actually built to the T. So as I go through the slides, you'll see some aerial views, and it's awesome to show that that's what actually what the campus looks like. One thing I do want you to notice is up in the right-hand corner, you see the campus in that gray square. As we go through the slides, I'm going to point something out to you guys, because when we started building Liberty, it was out in the middle of nowhere. And if you've been out there lately, it's not in the middle of nowhere anymore. There's a park there, exactly. Liberty's High School, the project team began construction Liberty right when we passed Measure W. We passed Measure W in, November 30th of 2018, and we were already prepared to go out to bid. It was December?
Well, we finally got above 55% on November 30th.
November
so that's
30th.
The key day. You did good.
So we were ready to go. We passed the bond. We were ready to go at Liberty. We started construction on the site March of 2019 with site grading. Campus opened for students in August of 2021, and you know, it was built during a very difficult time in our society, right? COVID, we had time when there was no crews out there working because they were all coming down with COVID. We had a whole masonry crews out, whole concrete crews out. We were going through all that turmoil that was, you know, our society was going through. So we were trying to build a school during that same time. So it wasn't the easiest thing. This school has blood, sweat, and tears that went into it. So we're still going through completion. There still are some electronic components in the gym that are on back order. I mean, we just received vacuum cleaners that were on back order for 16 months. You know, so we still have, you know, parts and pieces here that we're still receiving to finish up the campus. For the most part, it's complete. And that last bullet, Division of State Architect, who reviews our plans, you heard me talk about the DSA before, they're actually certifying our project this month. So for this size campus to finally be certified and closed out, it's an awesome achievement. So that was January 2019. We're getting ready to bid the project. And if you look at who's sitting in the driver's seat there of that bulldozer, it's our deputy superintendent here. We brought out the bulldozer. We wanted to show the grading contractors what was underground. So we ran the bulldozer a few times. They were able to bid the project. That is an image, an aerial view of the campus. That was a month after we started construction. So you can see grading was already going. You see some light colored areas where we found rock outcroppings, which we had to use dynamite on and blast and stuff like that. But remember that gray area that I showed you in the site plan up in the upper right-hand corner? So upper right-hand corner, kind of that green belt up there, that's that area. There was nothing there. March 2019, there were no homes around the campus. I mean, it was just middle of nowhere. That is an image of the campus very recently. And if you look at the top right-hand corner, all those houses are coming in. They're building a park right next to the school, and I mean, look at the awesome campus. The campus there is complete. And when I said at that first image where I showed the site plan and the rendering, it was built almost exactly. I mean, if you look at the rendering, you look at the campus, it's very dead on. So, I mean, it's an awesome campus. With the blood, sweat, and tears that came with the construction of Liberty, this is what our campus looked at on the first day of school of August of 2021. You know, I want to really give kudos to the site staff, the students especially, because we were still in a construction area. The first day of school, we were not able to have everything complete. I mean, if you look at kind of that center area there, you see some dirt patches. That was areas where we couldn't get all the concrete down. We ran out of time. But we told the community, we told our voters when we passed Measure W that we were going to build a school, and we did. Nobody was expecting COVID. No one was expecting the issues that came up, but we opened the school. And honestly, I don't think I had one phone call about a student that was walking in a construction area that was, not being safe on the construction area. We tried to keep it as safe as possible, but students were awesome, staff was awesome, and our community was awesome. They worked with us, and we were able to get the school opened. Another view, aerial view, this one is looking to the northwest, looking at our athletic fields. And if you haven't had a chance to walk Liberty, Trustee Campos, I know you'll be out there pretty soon. These are the next few images. We're going to be going through the inside of Liberty. And so this is a view of our learning commons. We paid special attention to the furniture we put in the spaces. All the spaces are flexible. All the furniture was made for those spaces. And I think the furniture is what really sets off the campus. This is a professional center. This is where teachers go in between classes. They hold meetings here, and professional center. Collaboration suite. This is one of the entrances to the lobby of the old building. And same thing. The campus is built to be a learning space. The whole campus is a learning space. It's not just relegated to the classrooms. You can go outside. You can go in these collaboration suites. You can go to the rear of the campus where we have these large boulders that we saved from construction. You can sit on those boulders and have a class back there. This is a view of our theater from the stage. The theater seating, you see all the sound attenuation on the walls behind it. View of the quad area in front of administration. The terraces, the campus is built, there's two different elevations on the campus. So you got the upper quad, which is the academic area. You have the lower, which is the athletic area. But in between that, you have the terraces. And those terraces are actually really cool areas that have artificial turf. And staff uses those areas. That's the staff seating area during football games. So they've really taken over that area. That's the rooting area for the games. And it's nice to see that area being used. View from the weight room. And I'll show you in a minute the blue that goes around the window there. It's got a bird's eye view of the football stadium. They call it the best seat in the house. So that's our weight room. You can see it there kind of to the right, that square. That's the weight room, so it overlooks the football stadium. Another view of the football stadium looking towards the gym building. And during construction of the Liberty project, we actually started another project on the site without finishing the first project, which is the Liberty Aquatic Facility. So we're able to get a pool built on that facility while we were finishing the campus. Here's a image of a water polo game in the newly completed pool. It's been open now about almost a year, but students and staff there get a lot of use out of it. So that's a view of a water polo game. Our aquatics facility looking towards the pool building. also during a water polo game. And so currently, we have in planning the quad area. The campus was designed with interior corridors. So if you're in the quad area and if you're at lunch and you want to use the restroom, you have to go to one of the restrooms inside one of the corridors. It's not ideal, so we undertook the planning for a restroom in the quad area. And you can kind of see it there between the palm trees. It's the gray square there. That's artist rendering of what the restroom building is going to look like. The restroom building project is at DSA right now being reviewed, and we're looking at starting construction on that this summer. So we'll have another set of restrooms in the quad, so they're not having to access the inside of the corridors when they want to use the restroom. So that completes Liberty. Now we'll move on to the California Military Institute, CMI. So at the CMI project, we undertook what's known as the Gymnasium and Parking and Circulation Project. Here's a view of the campus. We expanded the student pickup drop-off area. We added a new gymnasium and locker room facility, and we relocated some portable classrooms there at the rear of the building where the locker rooms used to sit. Here's a really nice image of the campus now that it's completed. You can see A Street there in front of the campus that was expanded. We actually have a crosswalk with a signal up at the corner for safety of our students. And I'll tell you one thing, that's been a really, I think out of all the additions on that campus, that's really one of the things that really augmented the safety on that campus. Excuse me, I'm getting a little thirsty. There at the bottom left, you see the new gymnasium. And way in the back, you can kind of see them, a row of portables that were relocated. They used to be on the south side of the campus, and now they're towards the rear of the campus. Here's a nice image of the gym facility. This photograph, when it was taken, you kind of see the sky behind it turn purple. So I think it's a very cool image, and that's why I included it in here. But inside of the gymnasium, it's a CIF-sized court. You see the block pattern on the masonry. It's meant to mimic desert camo. When you drive on, go onto the CMI campus and you see that block pattern, it's meant to mimic, their uniforms. And kids see it right away and they pick up on it. I have people ask me and say, "Why did you guys do the block this way?" The kids see it and they're like, "Hey, those are our uniforms." So it's a really cool facility. There's an image of the center logo, center of the court. Locker rooms, new locker rooms that were included as part of the project. Outside view of the ticket booth and the gym entrance doors. And we'll move on to Heritage. So at Heritage, we undertook a aquatic facility, new swimming pool area. It's located near the stadium. You kind of see where it points out there, but facility includes a 33-meter pool, campus operations section where custodial and campus operations has an area for a warehouse for storing material. It's got one really cool feature about this one, and Trustee Stafford, you'll appreciate this one. It's got a team room, and the team room can be accessed from the stadium. So that was missing at Heritage when the campus was first built. During halftime, the team actually has somewhere to go. So we incorporated a team room here, boys and girls locker rooms for the pool facility. Here's an image of the pool facing towards the pool building. Image of the pool facing towards the video board. And there to the right in the blue tile area is the outside showers, which are part of this facility. And then kind of to the left, I didn't take a very good image of that one. You see the bleachers where spectators sit and watch the water polo games or swim meets. And this is our team room. I think that's going to be a very used and very awesome addition to the sporting facility over at Heritage. And as part of the project, we took the basketball court area next to the tennis courts. The asphalt there was in pretty rough shape. So as part of the project, we incorporated new paving at the basketball courts, new basketball court, new basketball poles and backstops. So we incorporated that as part of the project. And with that, we'll move over to Paris High School. So at Paris, it's actually an active project. If you've driven by the Paris High School campus, it's actively under construction. I go to the Juan Poy there across the street, and the lady's always asking me, when are you guys going to be done? But we're working that way. Oh, yeah, they know me by name.
They even knew who to call when he left his laptop there one time.
I've been known to leave my laptop,
Call
please.
Joe.
The admin building is part of the project. That's been turned over to the site. They've moved in, and it's an awesome facility. Theater building, we are in construction. We're adding finishes. We're doing the parking lot in front of it. And we're working towards our grand opening, which is on March 18th. And I put Fiesta time because it's going to be a great event. It's going to be an awesome community event for our communities, our stakeholders. And hopefully you guys can make it. We're do the building dedication and, turn it over to the site. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, March 18th.
I've heard the principal has a Bonda coming.
Yeah.
It should be on their calendars, yes? Yeah. We'll get it to you.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome facility. And, just a real side note, the Paris facility, when we talk about projects in the district, Paris facility is very special to me. I'm also a community member. I didn't graduate from Paris High School because my family moved a few blocks away to a different part, and I went to Riverside School District. But I grew up in the Paris area, and so it's a special project to me, being from the community, and it is for the community in general. I get asked about it all the time. People recognize me. I've been in the Paris district now for so long that people recognize me as a facilities guy, and they really have good things to say about the Paris campus. So it's awesome to see it coming together for the community and for our students. Part of this project also, we have an agriculture mechanical building and athletics and operations building that are going to open up this summer. Pool project is also going there. The Paris High School pool that was in sad shape, built in the early 80s, was taken out. We have a new pool coming in. It's also a 33-meter pool. All of our pools are 33 meters. They're all identical.
What was the size of the Paris pool before?
It was 20 meters. Yeah, 20 meters, and it was like a European designed pool. It had stuff to it, but it was very undersized and it was old. And I mean, it was shallow on one end. It wasn't conducive to a really full function aquatics program. So that was taken out. We have the pool currently under construction, and that one it will be done in late summer. Paris High School project, artist rendering, architectural rendering. You see the blue blocks there, which is what's currently under construction. One of the components here that's an important feature that I want to point out is that we have a single point of entry. Right in the middle there, there's a trellis, and in the mornings when school starts, that's open. Students enter that way, and when school's in, everything gets closed. And if you want to enter the campus, you have to go through the admin. You have to check in, and single point of entry is a very important feature of this design. That's the rear of the campus, over the baseball field, looking at the Ag Mech building, that blue square there in the middle. That's currently under construction. The animal housing, animal barn there to the left, and right next to the Pace building. So that's an aerial view of what construction looks like right now. It's changed a little bit. We have a lot of scaffolding in front of the theater building. But the admin building is fully open there. And new parking area next to the admin building. So that's, the old Paris High School, we had that lane in front of the campus, but parking was terrible. The student drop-off area was terrible, so this is really going to clean that up.
Before you move on, sorry, I'm going to interrupt for a second. We actually just had a meeting last week, I think it was, with the city of Paris, and as an added safety measure, they are proposing, they're asking for us to pay for half of it, but I do think it will be a good investment to add, only because the picture shows us here, a mid-block crosswalk here and on the
Paris.
On the Paris, thank you, I was losing the name Paris, on the Paris Boulevard side, so that'll be, like for CMI, another good addition, that we'll bring forward to you for approval, but that is forthcoming. Sorry, Hector.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, those crosswalks are very cool. They're called HOC crosswalks. I can't remember what the acronym stands for, but it's one of the crosswalks. It's got 3 lights, and they flash when the students are gonna cross. They push the button, the lights start flashing yellow, telling people to slow down, then they turn red, and kids cross, and then as soon as they cross, the sensors know that they're across the street, and it goes back to off. So they only work when somebody's in the crosswalk. So the city of Paris is in design with that right now, so. Here's a view of the new admin building, looking from the parking lot. And this is the rear of the admin building. You see the new planter areas, a lot of seating areas, and same theme with Liberty and most of our projects, all of our projects, is that outside seating areas, Wi-Fi throughout the whole campus. The classroom is not the only place on campus where you can have instruction. You can have instruction anywhere on this campus. Here's a view of the inside of the theater, the way it looks right now. Don't worry, we'll have it done by the 18th.
He tells me that every day.
That's a view of the theater looking towards the stage. That rounded area in the front there is the orchestra pit. So I know that the theater teacher at Paris High School, he is just so excited about this facility and just ready to start using it as soon as we open it up to him. So I'm really excited about what's going to happen in this theater. Here's a view of the theater looking from the stage. A view of the Black Box Theater. And a view of the band room, currently under construction. So, and this is a scene shop. This is where the theater programs can be able to build their scenes, their props, and then it's got big doors. They can wheel everything to the stage and back from the stage. So all that was, when we were in design, we talked to the theater teachers and, got their input, made sure that we were building something that was going to be functional. The most expensive space in a construction project is space that doesn't get used. So we wanted to make sure that every inch of this campus, every inch of this project was something that they had input on and they were going to, actually use. So here's the pool facility. Same thing, 33-meter pool. The pool house used to be up at the top on the north side. We took that down, and the new pool house is going to be on the west side of the pool towards the parking lot. Those handicap parking spots that were there are gone. That's where the pool house is going to be. And here's a view of the pool right now. The pool, we still have a ways to go, but we're looking at opening that right around the time school starts this year. With that, we move over to Paloma Valley. And over at Paloma, we have our same thing, aquatic facility, 33-meter pool. And then we also moved the G portables that used to be in the area where the pool was built. Image of the pool, pool deck. Over to the left, you see the shade area with the visitor stands underneath. The visitor stands with the shaded area and a view of the pool deck. Same thing, during construction, we repaved the basketball court area, the PE area. So they have PE back there, and they have basketball, they have volleyball courts, and that's a view of the G portables that were moved during the construction project. And then recently completed, I would say recently, in facilities years is pretty recent. Yeah, a few years ago, we opened up the J building, which is a 2-story modular building. When I say modular, it's just because it's built off-site and put together on-site, but it's a classroom building. There's a shot of the rear of the building. And part of that project was also a concession building. So Paloma didn't have a concession building on the stadium, didn't have restrooms on the stadium, so if you were at a football game and you wanted to go to the restroom, you had to go to the campus. So this has really been a great addition to the campus. So currently in planning, we have the Paloma Valley Improvements Project. We're going to relocate the administration building. We're doing an addition to the front of the campus where the old public library used to be, the county library. That's the B building. We're doing an addition there for the new admin. The improvements that are being planned right now are on-site vehicle circulation. We're going to redo the student parking lot in the front. We're going to widen Bradley in front of the school. We are doing a new auto shop building, a new multi-purpose facility. Excuse me. Haven't talked this much in a while. And so where the L portables used to be, if you've been on the Paloma campus before, that's where the new multipurpose room is going to be, new multipurpose building. Cool thing about that multipurpose building, it includes a culinary facility. So we'll be able to offer a culinary program on that campus, same as we have over at the Paris High School campus. A new auto shop building. The auto shop right now is located where the new admin is going to be. So that's going to be relocated to the new auto shop building. We're going to repurpose the existing admin where it sits now. It's not ideal. I mean, you have to walk on campus to be able to check in at the admin. So we're going to repurpose that. It's going to still have the library, but we're doing a video production area, and ASB is going to be in those spaces, as well as other programs. So a project is currently in review by the DSA. We're looking at starting construction summer this year of 2023. And we're looking at being finished with this project. It's a multi-phase project because we have to build one thing to be able to move another thing on campus. And so we're looking at completing the project in 2026. So there's a view of the campus. You see the red area is an admin expansion at the top. You see the expanded student parking, the new circulation lane for student drop-off. And down at the bottom is the new culinary NPR building. Here's an artist rendering of the new admin building and an artist rendering of the new culinary multipurpose building. And that's the facilities update.
I noticed that Paloma, they're going to have shade covering for the spectators. Are we going to have that at all the pools?
Yeah, all the pools, we really worked on equity. So they're all 33-meter size. They all get shade. They all have the team, not the team, they all have the locker rooms for the aquatics. They're different in that we have different space constraints. Like Paris High School has a smaller area, but we try to maximize the shade at each site. So all the pool facilities, we try to make sure that they're equitable between the sites.
But if I can give one caveat to that, because Cynthia and Juan would kill me if I didn't say this. The site size of Paris High School is 33.6 acres, whereas the site size of Heritage High School is 63 acres. So it's presents some real challenges.
I'm going to turn it over to Candace for the enrollment update.
And I would only differ with you a little bit, and I would say this guy is great. So he really is a superstar. And I just want to take a minute to thank you publicly, Hector. You had a lot going on during COVID, and then we assigned a whole bunch more things to him because of that. But anyway, you know, so that's it. That's the end of the road. We are out of all of the facilities dollars that you have authorized. I'm just kidding. No, those of you that know us well know we are always thinking ahead, and not just like next month or next year, but, you know, really even into the next, 10 or 15 years. And so before I turn it over to Fred to talk about in detail what those plans look like, I want to just show you what our historical enrollment in the district looks like. So if you go back to 2014-15, we had about 9,500 students in the district, and we remained, we grew a little bit every year, with the exception of one year you can see in red when we declined by 0.4% between the 18-19 and the 19-20 year. But we've always been a slightly growing district. And then, oh my gosh, it just took off faster than any of us projected. The demographer, all of those things. And so, it would be really easy to be like, okay, we finished Liberty. We are good for a while. We are not good for a while. And so I wanted to show you some slides so that you don't think, we're Chicken Little or, anything like that. But so if I can read these numbers a little bit better, so I'm going to look over there for just a moment. So the year we came back in person after COVID, we grew by 4.61%. That's big growth, and this is district-wide. This doesn't include CMI. These are just our PUHSD schools. Going into this year, we grew by 3.93%. So I've recently completed enrollment projections for next year, and I'm projecting a 5% growth, and that's on the conservative end. And I do that, not by picking a number out of the hat or anything like that, but looking at the number of students that are in our feeder districts, right? And looking at that trending and looking at growth and that sort of thing. So we're projecting 5% growth for next year. And then again, on the conservative end, on the 2 years following that, we're projecting a 3%. We'll probably be higher, but we want to be conservative on the fiscal side. But we also want to think ahead beyond that on the facility side, right, so that we're prepared. So this just shows you, not all of those years, but going back to 1920, where we had 9,805 students. It shows you the breakdown this is where they physically are. So if you look at our actual CalPADS data, you'll see that Paris Lakes enrollment shows as higher, but because we have those satellite locations, those are the kids we physically have to house. So those are the numbers we look at in facilities, is who do we physically have to house there. But you can see that projection for next year, 11,261, and that represents a 5% growth. And then this one really scares me. But when we pull and extract just our comprehensive high school data, and you remember the growth numbers that I shared with you, not quite 4, almost 5, but look when we look at just our high schools, our high school population, particularly in the south end of the district, in the Menifee end is where we're really growing. And so we grew by 5.72% going into this year that we're in now, and we're projecting a 5.74% growth there next year. And so you can see those, look at Liberty High School, right? Almost 2,600 students in its third year. Did I do that math right, Mr. Bennett? It'll be its third year of operation. Yes, I needed help counting to 3. Wow. Yeah, and a small senior class. So we can't just, sit back and admire, what we did at Liberty. And when I say we, I don't mean the 3 of us. I mean, all of us. We've got some serious planning to be doing, and we don't do that in a vacuum. We involve a lot of people. As just one example of that, when we designed Liberty High School, we included over 100 individuals for their individual area of expertise in designing the campus. And there was a lot of steps before that. But I know those enrollment numbers are scary, but that is what they are. And so that has to be the focus of our work. And I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Goods for a master plan update.
Just turn it for one more.
Oh, yes, I will. Do you want me to
No,
leave this?
I'm good.
Okay.
If anybody, yes, absolutely.
Yes.
In seeing that, that's actually good because I know most of the school districts in the area have declining enrollment. And so to actually
In the
see that
state.
positive is really good. And one of the things I know when I first moved here, the facilities at pretty much all the high schools, my kids played at CMI, and I remember looking at those facilities thinking, man, this is bad. And so to see all that stuff that's being done, I think it's what's bringing the enrollment up, because obviously when you guys are doing state-of-the-art stuff, it's great. And I always tell my students, hey, if we build a gym, we're going to make PE great again. And having all those facilities really does make a huge impact, with the people and their sports. And so great job in doing that. And I'm glad to see those numbers because that makes a huge difference for the all the community that's running there.
Yep. It's great and it's scary all at the same time, right? All right.
And Mr. Campos, I would agree with you on your assessment that almost every district is, at least with high school students, are declining in numbers. This district, as you just saw, are absolutely going the other way. And I really think it's a testament to what the district, what the board, what all of you have done, with your facilities. But it's only in combination with what you've heard tonight. I mean, the programs are amazing. The people are amazing. It's really a testament to, the direction, that you mentioned at the start of the meeting. It's really exciting. So with that, that's, everyone wonders, well, why do you like working with Paris for so long? Well, tonight was the best example of why that is. I mean, you do exciting things, for the students, you do exciting things with exciting people, and you're not daunted by that which lies ahead, even though I think we were, a little scared when we saw the numbers, escalating so quickly, but that's just more opportunity. But it's got to be done in combination with careful instructional planning, and I think Jen is probably the best, example of a principal that has gone through incredible ups, in enrollment. Liberty opened, we've taken the pressure off a little bit, but really, as Candace just showed you, the pressure's not off. It isn't. So what I've had the pleasure of doing with the staff at Paris High School most recently, and I'll do the same thing at Liberty, is we conducted a post-occupancy evaluation. And it was funny, Juan and Cynthia and I, our whole team had to argue about, well, what is the line of demarcation that we go back to? Is it 2003? Is it, and it was really, Grant, it was the opening of the STEM, the 1000 building. Yeah, the new building. Exactly. So,
How long ago was that?
2003. Right, right. But at any rate, it's been very, very telling with what I think is one of the most challenging sites, Paris High School, who has endured the most, during all of these phases, which I call the victories of Hector. I mean, it's been amazing, what you've been able to do. And yet they come through the end of that, and we're not quite done, at the campus yet, but such positive attitudes, and just can-do, attitudes all the way around. So, thank you for the opportunity to work, with them. And so anyway, we will be doing the same thing at Liberty High School, which is a little different exercise because it was all pretty much built, in what should I call it, Grant? Maybe 1.5 phases. But so that'll be interesting, to hear their thoughts on that. And then it leads right into the biggest thing that would like to recommend that, that we do, and that is to reinitiate the master planning committees that were so successful at all of the sites in getting the, the input from staff members about what is important to them, what's important to students. And was kind of the cake and the icing discussions we had, before some of you were, on board. But we need to do it again. Times have changed. I mean, it's been almost 8 years since we did that. And so we're setting up meetings. We're trying to do it in a fairly expeditious way. I think we've set 3 meetings at each site with their committees. Committees are broad-based. I think like Paloma has maybe 18, members of the committee. The others are very close to that. But it's important to, to include them. It's important to, to pat yourselves on the back that you've done a good job, but not everything's perfect. We need to know what what we could do to make their jobs easier with, the students, and that's the most important thing that all of us, should be and are focused on. So that will be happening before the end of the school year. All of those will be completed. We'll be bringing back to you, I think our plan is maybe in August.
Maybe like the end of August.
Yeah, a completed, brand new facilities master plan, and it's very exciting to be, part of that. It's very exciting to continue the work with all of you, and it's cool that you're not scared off by numbers that are atypical, Mr. Campos, as you said, up and down the state. They're not seeing what you're seeing here, so we need to get going on that. So, yeah, Dave?
Will this facilities master plan be including information about possible new schools that we may have to build?
Yes, yes. Yep. So anyway, that's kind of my end of the dog, I guess. We did the. Anyway, any questions?
So I know this was a very long, oh, Tony has a question. I'm sorry. Mr. Stafford. the small theater.
Very, very small.
It is.
Yeah.
Totally not equal to the residence schools.
Yep. I'm sure that will be brought up. Yes.
I think it's on the radar.
Yeah. So, and that's the nice thing about doing a master plan, because, you know, we could certainly be a facilities department that says, here's what you're getting. That's not us. I think that's clear, right? But we want to engage with the staff, you know, at Paloma. I am 100% confident that will be on their list. It was on their list before in the 2017 master plan, but one of the unique things that Dr. Good does with the committee is once we have the master plan and the list of items complete, how would the site prioritize those? And the projects that we're doing at Paloma, while the theater was and still was important, the other things ranked higher. And ultimately, those come before you as a board, and you made the ultimate decisions, and then Hector puts his boots on and goes out and does it, right? I'm oversimplifying it. But I'm sure that will be part of the process, and then we'll have them prioritize, you know, those things. And we're actually going to propose that, because this is a lengthy presentation, right, just to update you, but think about to update you on brand new things. We were kind of envisioning a study session around the end of August, like let us get school, you know, open and that sort of thing, to present that final master plan. So,
You know, Tony, I think you mentioned the key word that is driving everything that we continue to do, and that is the provision of equity, you know, amongst the sites. And it's hard to keep, you know, we keep raising the bar, and the aquatic centers are the very best example of, you know, raising the bar, but that's what we want, you know, for your students and your communities.
There's some things I'm gonna do that there, also.
yeah. Okay, that sounds good. Okay. All right, be seated. Yes, thank you so much. You have to stay though.
Yeah. I'm going to stay up here.
Okay. Fred, we didn't mean to run you off if you had more to say. Okay. Wait, Hector, you going into the next item?
Yeah, I'm going to talk the next presentation on
Okay.
HV assessment and replacement project.
So we're going to go to 12.5, building and grounds HVAC assessment and
Yeah, I'm going to
replacement
talk about
project
it.
update.
Oh, sorry, Tony.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about a subject that when they're working, nobody thinks about them. When they're not working, they're calling everybody under the radar, and they better be fixed because it's too cold or too hot, right? So in our district, we are undertaking the HVAC assessment and replacement project. As Candace mentioned, we had a company come in to our district and did a full comprehensive assessment of all our HVAC units. So we have over 800 units in our district. And these AC units, over time, as things have been built, you know, the units here at the district office are not the same age as the units over at Paris High School. You know, everything comes online at different times, right? So as things have been remodeled, as things have been built, things are brought in new, and old things are still out there. So HVAC units in our district range from 1-year-old that just got replaced, but we do have some units at Paloma that are 36 years old. That was kind of a shocker to me because, you know, most AC units will run, you know, ASHRAE, which is the organization that puts out information on heating, ventilation, that type of equipment, says that a unit should last you 20 to 25 years. You know, we have units at Paloma 36 years old So those units are on the peripherals of the gym, the classroom area, and they must have bought old units when they built the campus. The campus is from 1994, right? And most of the units at Paloma are from 1994. But there are units there that must have been bought on discount somewhere when the campus was built, that were built in, I think, 1986. So over the last few years, during the summer times, we've had issues. You know, this included HVAC units that have gone down right when school gets back in, parts break down, parts unavailable due to COVID, you know, supply chain issues. Due to the age, we've had to find ways to keep units running by retrofitting parts on there, taking parts from other units to keep units running, and this led to a lack of reliability. And honestly, you know, I'll talk a little bit more in the next bullet, but you know, improper maintenance. You know, our guys were so stretched that we're not able to go out there and grease all the bearings, change belts, wash all the units down. But what do we do about that? So we implemented a plan to address these issues. This included adding a fourth HVAC tech. We had 3 historically. We added a 4th guy. That has been a lifesaver. We actually got on a preventive maintenance plan. All our units now are maintained. Everything's greased, everything's washed down, all the filters are changed. All they do is HVAC. And I'll tell you one thing, and I'll get to some information here in a minute, but that 4th guy and the maintenance plan, actually getting organized and putting together an actual maintenance plan where we're touching these units has made such a huge difference. And but that doesn't negate the fact that we do have units out there that are over 20 years old. So I'll get to that. And then another thing we're doing is AC unit is only as good as the filter that's in it. At home, you're having to change out the AC filters, right? They get clogged, just overuse. So we're changing them now. We used to change them twice a year. We're changing them 3 times a year. And, you know, when we change out the filters, you'd be surprised how dirty they are. Paris is a dusty community. Menifee, you know, it's really dusty. We have the 215 freeway. Runs right through the middle of our district. And when we pull out these filters, you know, the filter company was telling me, do you really want to do 3 times a year, Hector? And when we did it this last time, I looked at some of the filters. I'm glad we're doing it 3 times a year. Why? Because these things were clogged. You know, so that's made a huge difference. So just what I was talking about, the addition of the 4th HVAC tech, which that's him right there in that bottom left-hand picture, Alex, working on a unit. And proactive maintenance have all been beneficial. In 2021, when we were coming back from COVID, just at Paloma alone, between August 1st and September 31st, and Jen is here, she can attest to that. Because last time before they call me, they call the office, right? And so we had 47 work orders on HVAC units, 47 instances of something happening where something wasn't cooling, something was making a noise, something was, you know, we even had some units that were blowing smoke. You know, so that was 2021. We had 47 work orders. Implementing that 4th HVAC tech, filter replacement, proactive maintenance, this last year we had 23. Still not perfect. I'd rather have 0, but 23 from 47 in 1 year I think is really amazing. The bottom right-hand corner picture, I thought that was a cool picture. It's actually here at the district office, but on top you see a brand new package unit. Right next to it with that cover off is an old unit that's 26 years old. So a big difference in the units and, you know, reliability and actually energy usage. I mean, I can go on and on about why these new units are so much better, but so we have a plan to improve the reliability of HVAC units in our district. That was started with our comprehensive audit that I mentioned, that Candace mentioned. They went through, they touched every single unit, gave us a really awesome report. It's, I think, 1,000 pages, over 1,000 pages of just information on these units. If you're an M&O geek, I can sit there and read that. You know, that's what I read at night when I can't sleep. And we're strategizing. You know, we're strategizing what are we going to do. Currently, we have 204 units in our district that are over 20 years old. So we're targeting to replace these 204 units. We're actually replacing 202 units. 2 of those units on the 204 are called heat pumps, which we're just going to buy and change ourselves. But we are going to, those 202 units we're going to target as part of a HVAC replacement project. Over at Paloma, we're changing out 105 units. That was the campus that had the most units. Paris High School had 31 units on the new old 1,000 building. That has 31 units. And there's an example. Paris High School has been rebuilt, right? So most of the campus has newer AC units. The 6, 7s, and 8s are a little bit older, but they still don't meet that 20-year threshold. So our threshold was 20 years. So we have 202 units that are over 20 years old. Paris Lake, 26, Pinacati, 13. District office, we have 8 units here that are 25, 26 years old. A key component of the HVAC replacement project, and something that we're doing at our sites now in our construction projects, is bringing in an EMS system. Trustee Stafford, you're familiar with this over at Heritage when you were there. I threw an image on there of what that looks like. It's the Carrier iView Energy Management System. And what it does, it tells you if the unit is on, it's running, it's cooling, it's heating. You can change schedules without having to go to the site. It's all right here on the computer. Just today, this morning, the principal at Liberty called me, and she's actually sent me a picture of her wearing a beanie and this big jacket, and sent me a picture of her thermostat. It was 60 degrees. I called our HVAC tech. He jumped on the computer. Within 15 minutes, it was already climbing. So the energy management system is a key component. Along with it also includes CO2 sensors, right? CO2 is something that in the classrooms, a lot of kids in there, CO2 levels rise, it lowers their ability to pay attention. CO2 has been shown to, cause all kinds of different negative impacts to a learning environment. So CO2 sensors, and the units automatically take those readings and they adjust airflow based on those CO2 readings. And like I said, EMS system can be operated on-site and remotely. Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's one of the benefits is you're able to do all that without having to walk all these buildings. You can set all the schedules. You don't have to run a gym all the time. You just run the gym when people are in there. And some of these new units also have motion sensors. Even though we set it, if there's no motion in there, the unit won't run.
What kind of training do our HVAC guys have? Are they GATE certified by HVAC?
Yeah, they're certified for the different units. They have their certification of the different gases that they use. Some of them are also electrical certified. So they have pretty good training.
Yeah, I know about the HVAC units becoming more
Technical.
based, right? So are they trained to have all that as well?
So we are always sending them to training. Whenever there's a training available, I've instructed the guys. We're always looking for them. Jesse Gonzalez, our M&O Assistant Director, we're always in touch with the different vendors, the manufacturer of these units. They have a lot of free trainings that we send the guys to. They just went to a training for BARD units, which are the wall pack units on portables. And then any training, even if it's paid training, we're always sending them so they can brush up on their skills and provide better service to the district. So training is a very important component of this, especially now we're talking about EMS systems, right? Now we're talking about data connections to the units and, logging on to a computer. So we're always sending them to trainings when they become available.
Well, are they like a team? Where they're going to sites if they're doing maintenance stuff? Are they like in a bunker and they're managing all that computer stuff? Or are they like individuals who are doing their work, and then if they need more kind of like backup, hey,
Yeah.
something's less important?
So, good question. So they're individuals, they're assigned different sites. So they have their sites that they maintain. And we used to think about maybe rotating them, but I like leaving them at that same site because they become so familiar with the equipment that's there. So they are assigned to a site, they maintain that site, and then as they need help, they call each other and say they got to lift a compressor up to the roof, they'll team up and get that job done. We are going to be replacing, one of the bullets there, we're going to be replacing 10 HVAC units over at CMI. Actually, 8 at CMI and 2 at Student Services Center. You're welcome, Diane. You're welcome, Diane.
Thank you.
But we're gonna be buying the units, and our internal HVAC guys are gonna be replacing them. They know how to do that. They know how to do all the framing that goes into it, and I think it's awesome to be able to do that in-house, right?
The 84 ones you're pulling out of Paloma, right?
No, you're not getting those. You're gonna get brand new units. So we're going to work with our purchasing department to bid out the replacement of these 202 units. Like I said, we're going to order 10 units, and that's going to be a direct purchase through the manufacturer for wall packs. Those 10 units are 8 for CMI, for the portables that I told you that we moved. Last year, is Dr. Milo still here? We had a heck of a time at CMI. The units are running like crazy, but they're just so old, they're not keeping up. There's 38, 40 kids in these classrooms. You walk in there, the unit's doing everything it can. Walk in, the teacher's giving me the stink eye. And how do I tell that person that the unit is doing everything it can and it can't cool that room down? So those are 3-ton units. We're increasing them to 4-ton for more cooling, and we're moving thermostat, and we're adding a register and all that. So we have a plan for those units in those portables. So this year I'm not having to, take those calls from those teachers there, that they're having to worry about their classroom being hot and not worry about instruction to the students. So, there was another bullet. Lead times, that's exactly. So, like anything else, where did I have that in the bullets?
You had, go back to.
Lead times. Yeah. The second bullet, sub-bullet. So HVAC units have a long lead time. These units we're ordering for CMI, working with a manufacturer. If we get those ordered pretty quickly, they have 8 that are going to be coming in April. So as they come in, we're replacing. My goal is to have CMI replaced before summer. The other units, as they come in, they will be installing. That'll be part of the bid that that is going to be a staggered install. So, but there are lead time estimates of, 30 weeks, 32 weeks. But it's, the quicker we get the project going, the quicker we can order these units, and as they come in, we'll be replacing them.
I know you're gonna bid them out, but about how much does each unit cost?
So a unit itself is about $13,000, depending on the size. So it varies depending on the size. So a typical, like a Paloma unit, which is a 3 to a 510 unit, is about $13,000. Once you add the EMS to it, it goes up to anywhere from $16,000 to $22,000. We're looking at a total project estimate, and just an estimate. Bid date numbers are going to vary, but for the 202 units, about $4.5 million. So we were talking about where the money was coming from earlier. It's expensive. It's expensive to replace this many units, but we have this many units in our district that they could be working, but they're over 20 years old. So it's up to us to make sure we find a way to get them replaced. With that, end of the presentation. Do you guys have any questions? I'm personally very excited to get this project going. We're working on it for a while, and boy, when those units are replaced and everybody's happy, I'm going to be happy as well.
And so we're targeting bringing this award of bid to you in April, so you kind of have that on the radar, so we can
One thing I want to mention, later in the action items, you will see an item for kind of sole source. We have been installing nothing but Carrier units in our district. We have tried other units, Trane, Mitsubishi, and I'm not bad-mouthing them, but we want to keep consistency in our district, so we've gone with Carrier on all our new construction. Liberty's full Carrier. So we're bringing forward a resolution that allows us to be able to purchase just that type of unit and EMS system. So just a quick, if you have any questions on it when it comes up, I'll be happy to answer them, but I wanted to throw that out there first. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Hector. Okay, so we'll move now to 13.1, written report, discipline January 2023 monthly suspension report. We move now to, I don't think there's a vote on that, right? No. Okay. Next is action item 14.1, general functions, 2023 CSBA Delegate Assembly election. Do I have a motion to vote for the 5 listed 2023 CSBA Delegate Assembly candidates?
So moved.
Any questions or comments? And how do we take this vote? Okay.
Well, there are 6 openings. I mean, there's only 5 listed here, so we can vote on all 5 essentially. And they.
So Dave, you're our delegate.
Yeah, I'm currently on the delegate assembly. This is for those who are up for reelection for this year. It's a two-year term. And I believe they have 6 openings, but they only have 5 candidates. They did have another write-in. I got an email from Bruce Dennis asking if we could consider, but we were already coming to board, so we couldn't really add it to this board meeting. So, but I know all 5 of these people. They've served on the delegate assembly before, and I've never had any issues with them, and I think they do a fine job. So.
Is everybody comfortable, ready to vote? Okay. Go ahead and vote electronically.
You can, we will be voting as, for yes for all five. We could choose to take on as a group, or we could choose to not vote for some. But like I said, they had 6 openings, so there's still going to be one opening left, even if all 5 of these are reelected. So
If you scroll down a little bit, you can see the names and where they.
if you, okay, and if you wanted to make an amendment to the motion to take that person off, we could, but we as a district would, as a board would have to agree to do that. Otherwise, we'd be voting to say yes or no to all 5. And I did misspeak earlier. Stephen Schwartz is not reelected. This would actually be his first term. He was seeking initial election for the delegate assembly. He's the only one of the 5 that are.
Is this a Stephen Schwartz that we know? No, okay.
He's a board
Going
member
way
in
back.
Temecula Valley.
Okay. Okay. So, you went motion? Okay, do we have it? It was second by Mr. Campos? Okay. So we're gonna have to take a vote by, oh, you want a discussion?
We're making things hard for Anna, so give her a minute to catch up on that.
Okay.
Just for everybody's information, the writing candidate that was recommended by Bruce Dennis, who is the Region 18 Director, is Adonis Galarza Toledo, and they are from Coachella Valley Unified School Board, and they're currently the president of the Coachella Valley School Board, Unified School Board. We could amend to include that name if we wanted to as well, and take off any names. But as of right now, the way it was written is we'd be voting yes or no for all 5. So with the amendment, we can make those changes. And apparently this Adonis Galarza Toledo did get their paperwork in. It was a little bit late, but it is complete, so that they are eligible to be elected, to be voted on. I would, if we can amend it to add, would you like, do you have the?
Can we do that?
Adonis, Adonis, and then Galarza, Galarza hyphen Toledo, Toledo. Well, I think do we have to take a vote on the First Amendment to take Stephen Schwartz off and then we can make it a vote to add Adonis to it. So, because they're 2 separate things. So
That's gotta be done over here.
I know. I'd rather be 2. I'd rather be 2 separate things, because I'd rather, if we still vote to keep him on, but vote I'd rather them be completely separate. So. Amendment 1, yes.
Remove Schwartz.
Which we would have to vote on.
You need,
That's what we're currently voting on, to remove Stephen Schwartz.
so, but that's, what's in front of us is still his name.
We're not voting on on everybody else. We're just voting whether to keep him on the list or take him off the list. A yes vote would take him off the list, a no vote would leave him on the list.
Okay, I see. Okay, all right. I'll do that.
Okay, so we are currently voting to take Stephen Schwartz off, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
And the first was Edward and second was Steve?
okay. Okay.
I voted. Okay, so that,
To include Adonis Galarza Toledo?
that amendment passes for,
So that
In favor.
passed, which means Stephen Schwartz is taken off our list of, to vote for.
and one against. Yeah.
And then I believe I made the second amendment was to add Adonis Galarza Toledo to the list.
So you're making the motion. Who's got the second? Second, okay. This would have to be an oral vote, right? Just, Oh, okay.
Okay, so so now a yes vote will vote for all five of those, including the amended.
Yes, because Adonis has two last names, right?
Yes, Galarza. hyphen
Galarza Toledo. Okay, any further conversation on it?
Anybody have any more questions? I don't. I guess that precludes for conversation, huh?
Let's vote then. So- And we have 5 in favor, none opposed. Okay, good work. Great. Okay. So we're ready to go to 14.2, personnel, certificated personnel action items.
So moved.
Any questions, conversations, comments? No? Okay. Okay, 14.2 passes 5-0. 14.3 is classified personnel action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Vallejo. Trustee, was it Garcia? Okay. Okay. And any questions, comments? If not, we can vote electronically. Fourteen-three passes 5 in favor, none opposed. 14.4 is personnel resolution number 23-22-23, non-reelection of certificated employees. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution 23-22-23?
So moved.
This is notifying certificated employees of non-reelection in accordance with the provision of the California Education Code, section 44929.21.21. That's a question mark at the end. Okay, so we have a motion. Trustee Nelson, seconds by Trustee Campos. Any comments, questions? If not, vote electronically. Four passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. Okay. 14.5, personnel, approval of salary increases for the superintendent's cabinet. Do I have a motion to approve the salary increases for the superintendent's cabinet? I have a motion, Trustee Garcia, second by Trustee Campos. Any questions, comments, concerns? If not, we can vote electronically. .5 passes 5-0. And 5 in favor, none opposed. 14.6, curriculum, approval of a waiver of additional local requirements and reduction of graduation credits for specific seniors for the 2023 and 324 school years. Okay. Do we need some explanation on what this is, or does everybody understand?
I would kind of like to know who the specific seniors, what kind of groups we were talking about.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Ms. Zara will let us know.
I know how excited you are about having another presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. I did share it with you. Well, good evening, President Stafford and board members, Superintendent Bennett. I'm going to talk real briefly about just some recommendations as far as reducing credits for our students. This is something that we've been talking about since first semester when we're looking at grades. We spent a lot of time at the last board meeting talking about our students' grades. And now we're looking at where our seniors are at and some of our juniors, and seeing that there's still some seniors that are really struggling with what it's going to look like for graduation. So I included this as last year's data, and this is just a reminder of where we were at last year when we looked at some of our graduation data. When we had the reduction of credits last year due to AB 104, that was the reduction of credits down to 130 credits, which is the state minimum requirements for graduation. So we did have lots of students last year as a result of COVID that did graduate with lower credit numbers. So this was just so that you could see where we were at last year and where our graduation numbers turned out. So we did have last year, we had 751 students that graduated using those minimum requirements. It does not mean that they got only 130 credits, but that's what they used to qualify them for the graduation last year. And then the 1,337 had the 225 credits. Just wanted you to take a look at where we're at right now with our seniors and our juniors. So this is where we're at with credits. So right now, senior-wise, we have 77 students that are seniors that have 0 to 94 credits. Then you have 95 to 189 credits. You have 421 students. That is a really large number. And then 190 or higher, those are your students that are on track for that 225. So we're really looking at those two top rows when we're looking at reduction in credits for our seniors. When we're looking at juniors, right now we have 198 students that have 0 to 50 credits, and then 572 students that have 51 to 119 credits. 120 or higher, that is really where you're looking at students that are on track currently to 225. So we have been kind of communicating with our local districts in regards to what other districts have done in looking at credit reduction. Currently, Hemet and Valverde have already done a reduction in credits, and they have done it as a 3-year plan. So last year was the first year, and then 2 more years moving forward, and that's what we're proposing as well when you look at the next slide. So what we're looking at with the next slide is just looking at it overall and reducing those numbers so that you have a lower credit number for our students when you're looking at this year as well as next year. So class of 22 was last year. That was the 130. We're recommending this year for class of 2023 that they could have 180 credits instead of the 225, and then next year would be 200 credits. So when we're talking about where we're reducing credits, a majority of those credits are being reduced when we're looking at those elective credits. And then when we look at Paris Lake, we would be making the recommendation that they get the minimum requirements of 130 credits for graduation. Any questions? I can go a little bit more into detail about what the slide says, but.
So last year we made the recommendation and or stipulated that we go down to 130 to allow them.
Correct.
This year we're just looking at not counting Paris Lake, we're only 180 or above.
Correct.
For the qualifying credits.
Correct.
And essentially those credits are just coming from
a majority are coming from your electives. But you are looking at, like with English, instead of 40 credits, you would have 30 credits. With math, instead of 30 credits, you would have 20 credits. Where our students really are struggling, you're probably going to see mostly in math, and then just getting enough elective credits to be able to get to the 225.
Will they be graduating with
Correct, yeah.
So
Any other
this plan
questions?
would basically push us through the kids in high school that had to deal with COVID at one time. And then when we come back in 2025, we'd be looking back at 225 for the
Yep.
credits.
Yep. If you wanted just to take a look back at the credit numbers, this is just the big picture. When we're looking at this year's seniors, you're talking at least 100 non-grads if we leave it at the 225.
What's the likelihood that the 0 to 94 credit kids are going to make it up to the 180 threshold?
If they complete all their current courses and summer school, they definitely could. It's really that 95 to 189 credit limit, because it's also falling in the right categories. That's what we saw last year even though it was 130 credits, you still had to have government and econ, you still had to have. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we really just are concerned about where those numbers are at and seeing where our non-grads are for our comprehensive high schools, as well as looking at Paris Lake and really looking at some of our students that really struggled during COVID.
Okay, any more questions? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Zero. Any? Did we have a second? Yeah. Did we have, who was our? Mr. Garcia was our motion. You second? Okay. And Trustee Vallejo is the second. You can vote electronically. We have 5 in favor, none opposed. We'll move now to 14.7, business agreement for student transportation services between Hemet Unified School District and the Paris Union High School District, funded through the general fund in the amount of $4,032,546. Do we have a motion? Okay, we have Trustee Garcia and Trustee Campos.
We would like to introduce somebody here. Candace is going to do that.
Yeah, I know we've talked a lot, but these gentlemen, come up here, guys. I've been in the audience, and I just wanted to put a couple faces to names you may or may not know. So I'm going to do a quick rewind. This guy right here thought it would be this is Mike Fogarty. He used to be the director of transportation in Hemet Unified. He got an idea that he thought he might like to retire, and so he did. And last night, he was approved by the Hemet board to come back out of retirement. So he's taken back over transportation, and we're really glad for that stability. It's been a tough year, not because John didn't do a great job trying to hold it together, but it's a big job. This is John Beck. He's the assistant director of transportation. But I'm really glad to have these faces here. I wanted to have them say hello. They will actually be back next month to present our transportation plan, which was part of the state enacted budget. You'll probably remember us talking about that. The state's finally going to give us a little bit more towards what we spend on transportation that we don't get reimbursed for. Our transportation plan will be relatively simple as a high school district because you have to focus on TK through 6. Okay, done. And ELOP, which is the after-school programs, which we don't get that funding. So it'll be a short presentation, right, gentlemen?
Yes.
Go ahead.
In 28 minutes or less, I guarantee that. No. Just to let you guys know that as a representative of HIMIT, we value our partnership with you guys on our transportation. And me personally, I started my career here when I was 18 years old at Paris Union High School District. So you guys have like a special place in my heart. So thank you so much, and I look forward to working with everybody in the year forward.
Thanks, guys.
It's like Old Timers Day, right, Mike?
Yes.
He used to drive my baseball team on the bus.
Yes, I used to sit right behind me and criticize me. No.
Okay. Mike, I remember you from attending CASBO with you when I was in maintenance and operations quite a few years ago.
You should go back.
Oh, well, welcome back to you. Okay. So let's go with our, any questions, comments? So we have our motions, right? So 14.7, you can vote electronically. Uh, 14.7 passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed. 14.8, business use of facilities fee schedule. Do I have a motion to approve the revised pool usage fees as presented?
So moved.
Okay, motion by trustee Nelson, second by trustee Campos. I have a question. I don't know if it's related though, but for Candace or maybe Grant. We used to do a joint thing with the city in the summertime for the citizens to use the pools because of the high cost of the drop zone. And I was wondering, because of the new depth of the pools, we don't have a shallow end, especially Paris. Are we still going to be able to do that in the future?
So yeah, that's our goal still. That was part of the plan and design. We are in discussions with the city of Menifee. We were actually trying to fast track a memorandum of understanding to start this summer. They have decided it's too large of an undertaking to fast track for this summer, so they're now targeting next summer. They'd like to start at Paloma Valley and then ultimately expand to Heritage. Maybe if Liberty ever ends up in their sphere of influence, it'll be a really large program. And then when the Paris pool is done, we would have those same conversations with the city of Paris. Did that answer your?
Well, the question was on the depth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hector, can you?
There is a shallow lane.
Yeah, the one side of the pool is shallow.
Okay.
We did design it so it has a lane that's shallow.
Okay.
So first, like swim lessons you're talking about?
Yes, just knowing when the heat comes, people are going to, I want to get in that pool,
Mhm.
and or for other uses as we prescribed. Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Mr. Campos?
So I had a question, and so these fees, are they for programs within the district? So let's just say someone, okay.
No, this is for outside use, Yeah.
And just to be clarified, that does not include a lifeguard. They're going to supply their own lifeguards
Correct.
and everything.
That's to cover our costs. for them,
Absolutely.
yeah, 'cause,
At $30 an hour probably wouldn't cover the cost of a lifeguard.
No. Yeah, and we
So-
have comprehensive plans. Where's Judy? Judy, worked on that. We've got our,
Insurance,
Insurance,
yeah,
yeah,
all
that's
that.
all very critical, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Candace, one more question. I'm sorry, this is probably in a different lane. The curriculum for the pools, do we have a curriculum for swimming courses for our students?
That's not my lane. Where'd that lady go that does?
Whose lane is that?
The teachers go to training. Yeah. The PE teachers go to training. Part of the general PE.
Okay.
Are all the PE teachers lifeguard certified and everything? They have to go through all of that training?
Yes, we did that in the most recent PD days in October.
Okay.
So we'll get some kids learning to swim.
Yeah. I think it's different than what's that level, do you remember, Judy? Water, yeah, it's water safety certified. It's a different level.
Survival and how to get to the edge and not like how to do all the different strokes and things.
Is that going to be an elective, or is it going to be mandatory? They say.
Required part of the PE classes.
Required part, okay. Yeah. All right,
Yes.
So are these fees, are they like stable for right now, or are you gonna increase them like throughout the years?
We analyze those from time to time, but these would be, I would say, stable, we hope, unless something changes for a couple years. I will say on the pools, because they're new, we had a consultant help with the estimated fees, but, we'll have more months and years of data behind us. And so if we see something different that we think it's warranted to bring to you, to charge a different rate, we would do that to make sure we're recouping our costs.
Okay. Did we have a motion already on this? Okay. We had a motion and a second? And who was our? Okay, trustee Nelson, motion, trustee Campos, second. We can vote electronically. I kind of get that mixed up. So I start asking questions. Okay. 14.8 passes 5-0. 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Okay, we have 14.9, Approval of the 2021-22 audit reports.
So moved.
I have a motion by trustee Nelson. Do I have a second? Second by trustee Vallejo. Conversation, any questions? We have, oh, I'm sorry.
So, Board of Trustees, this is our audit partner,
Hello.
by Bailey Brian Ruff. He's got about 28 minutes, I'm kidding. He will just go over the highlights
Yes.
of our audit findings, so.
No, I'll keep it brief. So as I was thinking about keeping it brief, there's two things I want to highlight this year in the report. And one, it took about 18 years to get there since I was forced to write this comment in 2004 related to Choice 2000. Paid off the final installment of the settlement agreement. And I was thinking about that in light of distance learning. Paris should probably try and get that money back now because I think you laid the groundwork and blueprint through that program. I thought so at the time, but the state required me to write the findings. So that was one highlight. Second was the district continues to perform very well in its financial reporting, internal control processes. There was only one minor blip, and I think you're way ahead of the game for 2000, yes, for this year. Comprehensive school safety plans need to be adopted by March 1st of every year. So that was the only minor blip in this report. Otherwise, very clean report. Kind of unusual these days too with turnover, retirements, things of that nature. It's good to have key people in place. Thank you, Candace. Is Mimi here?
She is.
She is here. Thank you, Mimi. All they do, all your school sites, all departments, we do compliance. So everybody involved, facilities, technology, everybody. Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Questions?
Do we have any questions, concerns, questions? I read the report. There was a couple of areas I didn't quite understand, but I don't have that in front of me. So it was just, were you saying it was good or not? It seemed, but it wasn't a real concern. I just continued on. So I'll talk to Candace about that. So
Okay.
I'll go with your
Yeah, if you have any questions.
findings.
ask me.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. Are we ready? Okay, you can vote electronically. $14.9, business passes 5 in favor, none opposed. Okay. Okay, 14.10 is business authorization for purchase of capital equipment above $10,000. February 2023, do I have a motion to authorize the purchase of capital equipment above $10,000 for the month of February 2023? Trustee Garcia with the motion.
Second.
Second by trustee Nelson. Any comments or conversation? If not, we'll go ahead and vote electronically. No presentation either? Okay. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, 14.10 passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. 1411 is also business authorization for purchase orders above $50,000 for February 2023. Do I have a motion to authorize the purchase of capital equipment above $50,000 for the month of February 2023?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson with the motion. Is that trustee Campos with the second? Comments, questions? If none, you can vote electronically. .11 passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. Okay, now we get into 14.12, technology. Award of RFP number 011923-01 E-rate ISP services to the Riverside County Office of Education to provide fiber optic connection from the District Administration Center to the Riverside County Office of Education, funded through the general fund in the approximate amount of $116,730 annually.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Garcia and a second by trustee Nelson, and I believe Joe has some information for us.
It's not going to be much. It's going to be, the beginning, it's going to just sort of give you a brief introduction to E-rate. Why is it not connecting?
There it goes.
There it goes. In case you don't know. Did it connect? Right. So USAC federal E-rate funds, this district, depending on the free and reduced lunch and other economic kind of indicators, we're reimbursed for projects about 80%. So there's category 1 and category 2 projects that we can submit, and here's the submittal process. So it's this whole big thing, just like with contracting with Candace and Hector, about how you do bids and projects, but E-rate has a whole nother part. So for us to submit for E-rate, we have this whole 28-day cycle. They open the window in like November. They close the window March 31st. There's a description of services that need to be sought. So for instance, on each of these items, we've done a detailed description of services, itemized on if it's project, if it's purchasing equipment, and then we put that whole package together. And not only do we need to submit that on the E-rate website that all the vendors can bid on, we also work with Sylvia to make sure we follow the bid purchase process for contractors. So I'll go back a little bit. We not only do we have a detailed type of description of what services that we're seeking, there's also this whole typical bid package. So here's the categories for the typical bid package. And then there's a decision matrix. So there's a fair decision matrix about how we evaluate the service. And James will tell a little bit about the decision matrix and then the requirement of cost being a priority.
So E-rate requirements is that cost have the greatest weight of any value when we evaluate our matrix. So obviously the cost of the E-rate eligible and ineligible service is a big factor. It's the biggest factor when it comes down to it, but we have a little bit of leeway when it comes down to strength of vendor reference, experience of knowledge and methodology, and as well as service level, which gives us a little bit of flexibility to move away from vendors that maybe got a little bit lower on price, but didn't necessarily meet our level of service or the methodology or the equipment that we needed to get it done. So everything was based off that matrix. It's all public knowledge. We share it with Sylvia. Sylvia shares it with the vendors when they request it. So that's all free information, but that's how we handle it.
So we have a slide for each one if you need it. So this is the first one that's on your agenda. And so James will describe this one. This was sort of your question.
So the first RFP, E-rate ISP services, covers the internet coming into our school district. It doesn't connect our school sites together. It doesn't provide Wi-Fi in the classroom. It just gets internet service from the state through RCOE to our school district. And then the next RFP will deal with distributing it within our school district.
And this one is great because we've been trying to build in a resiliency of connections in case there's an outage through one location. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I didn't know if that's Adam. And so recently, there's some recent developments where we can also use a Category 1 funding for firewall type of stuff. So this gives us the resiliency in our fiber connections, which is refunded at like I said. So we would pay 20%, and E-rate would fund us it would fund 80% of it. And I'm going to relinquish this screen mirroring so Sarah could get back to the meeting. Any questions on? Yes.
You said that you get the internet from RCOE. Can you explain that more? I'm just confused on
Yeah, so James will go through, because yes.
So California created what's known as the K-12 high-speed network, which is a series of fiber optic lines laid across the state designed to be utilized by educational institutions such as us. They have a main connection through UCR up in Riverside, and that connection runs to RCOE. And then from RCOE, there's a fiber optic line that runs from their network room all the way to our network room that provides that internet service. And then for reasons of interoperability and compatibility, we can't just distribute that straight out to the sites. We have equipment that steps it down and makes it compatible with our Wi-Fi, with our computers in the classrooms and things like that.
Now we have the other line coming from Murrieta.
Yes, and then as Joe has been mentioning, it won't be coming from Murrieta. It will actually be coming from Indio. They have they have several connections: Tustin, Indio, Murrieta, and Riverside. Murrieta is full, so they're connecting us up to their Indio MPOE. It'll still provide us the same bandwidth that we need to get our jobs done, but it's just going to a slightly different location.
So if there's an earthquake, we'll see, is it Murrieta?
Yes.
But it's not like a consumer level, right? So it's not like we're going out and getting Comcast or some commercial about it, because that's not really, doesn't fit schools. It's not like a virtual private line. It's more of like, that's more of a consumer level. Yes.
So, and I noticed at the other school that was on the roll, that it looked like the District Robinson had paired. Is that just because their system was really bad?
Well, the second item will explain that. So, but that is a good question about the connections where they go to.
So the second connection will come into Paris High School. Paris High School, when we modernized Paris High School with the 4000 building, we did get a new server room with plenty of equipment and space for our backup servers, for our disaster recovery, and things like that. So that's our official failover site. They'll be connected to Indio, and then they'll be connected to us, and then we'll be connected to Riverside.
Yeah, that's a good question. On the next item, you'll see how it all comes together.
Okay. So any more questions on 1412? Okay, we have a couple more of these, so we can vote electronically. (1412) passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed. 1413 is the award of RFP number 011923-02, E-Rate Wide Area Network Solution Services to Crown Castle Fiber LLC to provide a managed high-speed wide area network solution funded through the general fund in the amount of $324,000 annually.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Nelson, Trustee Vallejo with the second. Questions, concerns?
So I think we won't need to do the other slides for the other one because they're more equipment, but this does explain how it all comes together. So we get our internet service and firewall from the county, and that's a Category 1 reimbursed funding from E-Rate. This Category 2, WAN's Category 2, right?
WAN's still Category 1.
So WAN's still Category 1. So this is what links our campuses together. So James will explain how the hub works.
So as I mentioned with the incoming internet, we have a disaster recovery location at Paris High School, and we have our main data center here at the district office. From there, we run fiber optic lines from these two sites to each of the high schools. So each high school has a 10 gig connection coming from their school site back to our central location. So as an analogy, this is similar. Think of it like the electricity. RCOE provides the electricity to our house, and then the internal wires have to route it that way. So we're not going to RCOE to route internally. We have to go to another vendor, in this case, a low-voltage contractor, to get that done.
One of the things I should point out about this is that we were kind of really out of sync when Liberty High School was being built. So when we first went to E-Rate way back when, there was a plan for Liberty to be built, and then the funding changed. Governor Brown changed that, and all of a sudden Liberty was out of the loop. So when Liberty was built, we had to have two separate contracts, and not that that's a big deal, but it's annoying. And so this recent one wraps it all under one bid. So that, and this is the distribution to each campus. So the first one that you approved was to our main distribution centers. And then this is the fiber optic that distributes to the campuses. The other items, we won't bring a presentation, but the other points of this are just getting the fiber to those locations is one thing, like, so what? So what about the equipment that has the ability to feed that into the campus? So that's sort of the whole big architecture. You're seeing the architecture just lay out right here. And Sarah, I'll release the art. Oh, just change it. Oh, that's probably a good idea.
Okay. If, any more questions, concerns? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
So were they the lowest bidder, or are they just like the best bang for your buck?
So yeah, good question.
In this case, they weren't the lowest bidder. They were marginally lower than the vendor that was providing this, but they missed several connections on their bid, as well as not having a complete bid package for us. So we evaluated them, we ranked them based on their methodology, as well as the fact that I did mention that, Joe mentioned earlier that we stipulate what we need, and one of our needs was point-to-point fiber optic connection. The vendor that came at the Spectrum came in, they didn't offer a point-to-point fiber optic connection. It was a wide area network where we would be broadcast across their networks with other traffic. So it was just determined, security standpoint, a technical standpoint, just wasn't feasible.
Yeah, and it's fine, you know, other vendors can have a different model. It doesn't fit our needs, so they're, you know, a qualified vendor. But I think that the line that they missed was the line to Paris High School, right?
Yes,
They didn't even provide us funding for that. Now, there's things that you can do after the fact. Once you award it, you can say, hey, can you correct this? But there was some fundamental things that were not complete with their bid. And according to E-rate, cost needs to be the priority, but it does not have to be the sole factor. And we've done this before so that, and they just understand, you know, like, well, I mean, if you're bidding something for Hector and you miss that main steel I-beam across there, you're like, yeah, I think that walkway is not going to pass, right? So they missed the big line.
Okay, so we can, if no other questions, we can vote electronically. So 14.13 passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed. 14.14 is also technology, award of RFP number 011923-03, E-rate category 2 equipment switches to Converge 1, funded through the general fund in the amount of $2 million. Oh, what? Okay, is that $218,655. Are we going down to cents here on this?
57 cents.
57 cents.
So moved.
Okay, Trustee Nelson with the motion. Second, Trustee Vallejo. That's pretty self-explanatory.
Just equipment. I mean, so one of the things that this district is a part of is these purchasing cooperatives like CMASC and WISCA, NASPO, and the EdTech JPA. So when there's a pricing that just comes through, everybody usually is the same pricing. So this isn't services, this is equipment.
Okay. If we have no questions, you can vote. Okay, 14.14 passes 5 in favor, 0 opposed. And we'll go to 14.15. Technology award of RFP 011923-04, E-rate uninterruptible power supply equipment to GigCom for the purpose of an installation of uninterruptible power supply equipment funded through the general fund in the amount of $391,769.56, not including tax.
So moved.
Okay, so we have a motion by Trustee Nelson. Who was the second? Trustee Garcia. questions, concerns?
So this is the next component of something that sits on the server. These are the UPSs, the uninterrupted power supplies. So when and if the network goes down for any reason, power goes down for any reason, that network will stay up for a specific amount of time. It's not like we're a business where it's just going to run and run and run. It's up for safety. A lot of times when there's a power outage, you'll see that the students are still connected with the glow of their Chromebook in the classroom, and the phones will still work. And not only do they protect, not only do they for their battery, these also protect the network from power events, power surges, and other stuff. So it's just another component of it.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Okay, 14.15 technology, you can vote. 14.15 passes, 5 in favor, none opposed. Our next is 14.16 technology, award of RFP number 020223-05 E-rate structured cabling services to AMS.net, funded through the general fund in the amount of $92,595.69. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Nelson. Second is Trustee Vallejo.
We've done a project like this on almost on every campus. Some of the campuses, the old infrastructure, had old outdoor server cabinets. They're called Ritals. We hate them. The ACs always die. The heat beats up on them, and they're just terrible. And so over the years, what we've been doing is using E-rate funding to move those, relocate the fiber, pull all new drops to those locations, update all the infrastructure. So this is specifically to CMI for I believe they will no longer have any more of the outdoor servers. Those will all be relocated in. We've done this at Paloma. We've done this at Penacade and Paris Lake. So just a continuation of that upgrade.
Okay, any questions, concerns? If none, you can vote electronically. 14.16 passes, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Okay.
That ends this lesson on network architecture. So
thank you, Joe. Okay. So we'll move now to information items. 15.1 business revolving cash report for January 2023. 15.2 is board policies, business and non-instructional operations, Series 3000. 15.3 board policies, students, Series 5000. Now we'll go to 16.1, and it's closed session if necessary.
No, thank you.
Okay. It's a long one. All right, so we're not reconvening, so we'll go to 18, action item 18.1. Is discipline, board review of discipline matters. Do I have a motion to ratify the agreement of expulsion on student discipline case 038/22-23? Trustee Garcia with the motion.
Second.
Trustee Nelson with the second. Any questions, concerns? You can vote electronically. Okay, 18.1, discipline passes, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. We go to 19.1, other items by the superintendent.
I think we've had enough items.
I agree. So, also, other items, 20.1, other items by the Board of Trustees. We'll start with Trustee Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to bring up two things. One, I totally forgot to talk about the Unity Sports and how great of that of a program that was. And I see Dr. Tomasi had to leave, but I wanted to congratulate you guys on the success of that. And I'm going to try and get out to that game on the 17th to get a chance to see that. And also, I got an email from Mr. Bennett earlier this week that said that Ms. Tejeda, from our principal from Liberty, is was the AXA Principal of the Year for Riverside County.
Region 19.
Region 19, and we'll be going on to the state level. So that's pretty impressive as well. So so good for her. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Nelson. Trustee Campos.
You know what, mine will be short. I'm actually going to look forward to congratulating Dr. Tejeda on Friday at our visit there. But yeah, no, I pretty much, I think, have said enough tonight.
Okay, thank you. Next would be Trustee Garcia.
For other items, I did ask Mr. Bennett to give us an update on the security cameras across the district. I'm looking forward to getting that information. Not a presentation, just information. But thank you for everything else, you guys.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Garcia. Trustee Vallejo. Okay, thank you. And myself, Trustee Stafford, I'll just be short. Thank you, everyone who's still here. And we had a long meeting, and everyone have a good rest of the month, and thank you for being here. Okay. So we'll move to our important item here. 21.1, which is adjournment of the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for February 15, 2023. Do I have a motion? Trustee Nelson has the motion. Trustee Garcia is the second. You can vote electronically unless there are any questions or comments. Yeah, we're out. Okay. You have presentation? 21.1 passes, 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you and good evening. The meeting is now closed at 9:44 p.m.